Council to order. Ms. Craven, please call the roll.
Good morning. Today is August 9th, and it's about 9:33. I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Craven, please call the roll.
Present. Item number 1 on our agenda is a resolution to appropriate jail bond funds in the amount of $335,324 for contract construction of drill tower improvement, project number FS02033.
Item number 1 on our
District
agenda is a
9,
resolution to
requested by
appropriate jail bond
administration. May I have
funds
a
in the
motion and
amount
second to hear
of
this item?
$335,324
It's been
for
moved by
contract
Councilman
construction
Warren and seconded
of
by
drill
Councilman
tower improvement, project
Morgan.
number
And is there anyone here from administration to
District 5,
speak to this
Super
item?
District 9, requested by administration. May I have a
Please
motion
come
and
forward
second to
and
hear this
state your
item?
name and your address for the record.
It's been moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Morgan. And is there anyone here from administration to speak to this item?
Bartlett. I'm the Chief of Fire
Please come
Planning.
forward and state your name and your address for the record.
Robbie Franks, 4175 Reed, Memphis, Deputy Chief Logistics.
Chief, there are no questions, no further discussion. We're going to go ahead and take a voice vote on this item. All those in favor, say aye. Any nays? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. This will be on next week's regular agenda, 2 weeks regular agenda. Seeing no further business, the Public Safety Committee
committee and get a roll call. Thank you.
Members present, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilman Morgan. Here. Chair Warren.
Present. We have one item on our agenda today. It's a presentation at the request of Councilman Jones by Forge Memphis on plans or potential plans for a mud island. And I would like to call the parties to the front. Please state your name and address, and go ahead, Chief, and lead on.
Thank you, Chairman Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. 791 North Graham, Memphis 38122. I'm here just as a representative of the administration to say the presentation that you're about to hear is as a result of a couple of years of hard work by some folks locally here in Memphis and people with experience in this field. They brought the concept to us in the administration. It's something that we fully support. We have talked very often here at City Council about how we can bring some new life and new energy to Mud Island, and I think they have a concept that can catalyze a lot of new development on the island, catalyze a lot of new interest, but allows for other opportunities on the island as well. But this is a private enterprise that would be entering into a lease with the city and Memphis River Parks partnership. That's why we have to come to you today, because the lease term would be longer than either the administration or MRPP can approve. Council would have to approve the lease term that they propose. I do want to say that you'll see some changes happening at Mud Island today. There are some new activity. The North Gate has been completely renovated and rehabbed. There's a new recycling center. Today they'll be putting up a new screening, and so that represents an investment that you all made in making it a more inviting place. You know, several years ago you approved about $4 million through Accelerate Memphis just to make the basic improvements, the elevators, the escalators, to bring some of the disrepair back up to modern standards. And quite frankly, that's what allowed a development and a proposal like what you're seeing today to be made possible. And as you know, in this past year, we allocated another $5 or $5.5 million that we hope will also enable other developments on the island. So the administration stands in support of this proposal that you're going to hear today. The group will be negotiating a lease agreement and exactly their operating model with the Memphis River Parks partnerships. We understand that there is no city money being allocated for this. It's actually a revenue opportunity through the lease that will be a revenue back to the city. So it's not often that you get folks coming to ask to put something on public property that don't want an incentive. And so we're very excited and encouraged about what the possibilities are from this group. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the Forge Memphis for the presentation.
One question before we
Yes,
do
sir.
that, Chief. Do we need to move on this as a council granting approval to make this happen, or does the River Parks group have to make this occur first?
Well, I think what they're requesting today is to give you information so you have time to ask questions, and then they will come back with the lease agreement that you approve, whether that comes through MRPP, but that'll be a separate item on the agenda at a future council meeting. Today is about providing you information, allowing you to dig deep and ask any questions that you have, and then they'll come back in the future so they can have all your questions answered before they go forward with lease approval. So you don't have to act on it today.
Thank you,
It's an
Chief.
informational session.
Gentlemen, please come forward, state your name and address, and then go with your presentation. Thank you.
Memphis, Tennessee, 38103.
And I'm Doug Carpenter at 421 Wagner, 38103.
Jeremy Bacon, 340 River Street, Lamont, Illinois, 60439.
We appreciate the opportunity to share this with you today, and want to let you know that this is not without a lot of hard work and effort on our part in the last couple of years, if not a little bit longer, an idea that was born out of and driven by a civic motivation to help this city grow and prosper, and the opportunity at Mud Island to do so. And a catalyst for activating Mud Island is how we began. We have evolved greatly with the help of River Parks Partnership, a host of others that have joined us as creating something really unique and vibrant. So we'll walk through this presentation and we'll share with you what we intend to do, and then we'll leave time for questions. So the team is myself, Katie Elizabeth that you met, Frank Ricks, also with founder of LRK Architects, and Jeremy Bacon. Jeremy Bacon actually operates a project that has many similar character traits to this, which is a great thing for all of us. So when we initiated this project, we moved quickly and efficiently, learned about the industry, understood what could happen. Along that way, we met Jeremy Bacon, who actually has incredibly similar DNA to our DNA and our intentions from a civic perspective, but he also brings a wealth of operational experience. So I'll let him talk about the Forge Lamont.
So the Forge is a business that's designed to put the community, the environment, and people before profit. We focus on building outdoor recreation destinations and helping cities to take underused and underutilized spaces, some of which can be public, some of which can be private, and turn them into destinations for local residents and visitors to enjoy authentic outdoor recreation. Our first park was opened in the suburbs of Chicago in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic, which is a fabulously fun time to open that business. The concept that we have is really built around three core pillars: exhilarate, educate, and entertain. The entertain side of our business includes things like races, food and beverage services, music festivals, and special events, which we put together using private capital, but coordinating with public resources and public entities to ensure that we become part of the community and part of the overall plan for entertaining guests of all ages and all abilities. The educational pillar that is at the center of the Forge is focused on youth and adult education. So that's everything from summer camps and field trips, which incorporate outdoor learning and experiences based on state learning standards that are put in place to help our students and our children learn what they need to learn in school. We bring them into an outside classroom experience and help them to see how real-world applications of book learning and school learning actually come to be. We also do special events and festivals around Earth Day, around art walks, around health and wellness and things, again, to engage the community and give people an opportunity to enjoy outdoor spaces with purpose and with intent. The last pillar of our business is really built around exhilarate, which is what you'd expect. That's ziplining and climbing and biking and running and walking and enjoying activities that are designed to cater to all skill levels, all abilities, and all ages. We always talk about the need for there to be activities that people from age 3 to 93 can enjoy, and that is how we build our parks and how we build our projects. The special sauce of the Forge is how these three pillars, educate, exhilarate, and entertain, come together. Think of them as concentric circles, and we produce programming that coordinates those three circles, those three things, that also has a community-centered mindset. So we want to be part of the city. We want to be part of the landscape. We want to be part of the future of Memphis.
While working with our team, Bonsai Design, we intentionally created a course that has an incredibly light footprint, so we are compatible with current uses of the island as well as any potential future uses. This is also a public-private partnership, so we wanted this light footprint as Mud Island is a public park and open to the public. We also created this design because we wanted to contribute to and respond to the natural aspects and attributes of Mud Island. And now we will display a fly-through video of the Skybridge zip line.
What you'll see here, with the exception of the stairs, which are now engineered to be on the inside of the Sky Bridge, you would approach from inside the bridge, go up to Tower 1, and your first zip is a little over 500 feet. They're dual zip lines that will zip in day and evening and will go into the city. You'll see city lights, which is an incredibly unique feature in this urban environment. As you zip across here, you'll land on what we call the Memphis Tower, which is designed to fit into the environment. From there, you will navigate across a swinging bridge, and you'll re-enter into the Sky Bridge. We think activating the bridge not only gives entertainment for those walking across the bridge, but also a view. My firm represents the Big River Crossing, and I can tell you that we have over 250,000 people walk across every day, and they do not have the dynamite experience that happens here. On this tower, this is the big zip, is right at a quarter mile long. You'll zip over the harbor, imagine concerts, people in the harbor, kayaking. You get up to 50 miles an hour and have the time of your life, and then you'll approach into Mud Island right around the Gulf of Mexico, or the Gulf Grill, as it was called before, and you'll land on a tower here. That experience with the beautiful scenery of Arkansas with the incredible backdrop of the Memphis skyline is unparalleled in a project like this in the country, in our opinion, and will be incredibly well received by locals and tourists.
As I mentioned a moment ago, we pride ourselves on building with communities and building to be part of the existing landscape, and that certainly is true on Mud Island. We're not looking to take over the island or to become the central the only attraction or the only operator on the island. In fact, we want to be the first catalyst for future investment by other organizations as well. So what you see here in this particular slide kind of demonstrates the green spots are where we will have actual activities and attractions. The large green shaded area that says activities and special event space, obviously today is open public space, would continue to be open public space. What we're highlighting here is that we would be utilizing portions of that space from time to time for certain activations and things like that, while still remaining completely open and freely accessible and available to anyone and everyone that wants to be in Mud Island enjoying the activations as well.
Yeah, I would add to that that it is quite intentionally that we've done this to be an asset to the public land. The river model is an asset to us. We know from our research that tourists love it. We understand that there's some deferred maintenance on the island that the city and this council has addressed, and we appreciate that greatly and believe that we can bring interest that helps compound that at a higher rate. From this will be a $10 million private investment, no public money at all, no request for public money. We anticipate that we would generate $500,000 plus through rent and TDZ funds, and we would have in excess of 100,000 annual visitors. We anticipate quite conservatively that half of that are ticketed people that pay for services, and probably that's a very conservative number. We'd probably have 2 to 3x that for people that bring folks that want to see activity. And I can assure you from the plans that we have, you could appear on the island anytime, any day, and there would be activities going on that you could appreciate from a spectator or a participant. And that is our vision, and I'll end it there and open for questions if you like.
We have one councilwoman in the queue who's remote, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. You have a question?
Good morning, Councilman Warren. Thank you. Hopefully you all can hear me well. Thank you, Forge, for the presentation. I don't know if we got this emailed, but if we can get it emailed, that would be great, so we can review it more in depth. My question, we recently in the just passed budget allocated money to get a comprehensive plan for what would be the best use for the island. And your plan sounds great. Sounds like a Shelby Farms downtown, but it sounds pretty cool. But how do you envision you all, Forge Memphis, waiting on us to get that comprehensive plan to make sure that everything fits succinctly together for Mud Island? Because it sounds like this is a plan that you're hoping just goes ahead and goes through without reference to us really trying to get a full layout of what Mud Island could be and what the best overall use of it is for the entirety of Memphis.
Yes, ma'am, that's a great question. So a couple of points I'll address, and then I'll ask Jeremy to add to that as well. We are ready to go. We've got engineered plans. We've had pre-development meetings with River Parks Partnership, Coast Guard, Corps of Engineers, Memphis Legal, Memphis Engineering, and have been working on it. So we do and are ready to go. We are anxious to go for a variety of reasons. One being that in next summer, the world will look as we open Tomley Park and I think quite literally switch the riverfront from Memphis's back door to the front door, and this project needs to be a part of that so that we don't inadvertently shine light on it. We do not have, I mean, it is the will of this body to determine the path forward. We're ready to go. That was something that we were well down the road with our arrangements and agreements and where we were, and that was something that we discovered at your last budget hearing. So we have to defer to this body. I think with Jeremy's experience in public-private partnerships, he can speak to how this more than likely will be a response that comes out of that research, but we understand the position of the council.
Absolutely. For just a little tiny bit more background and color, the idea of putting in an aerial adventure course, ropes and climbing facilities and things has been part of the proposed plan for the river park system since 2017. So this has been something that's been on the agenda from various bodies for quite some time. And so we're thrilled that over the course of the last couple of years, we've been able to work with the river park system on the preliminary planning on getting everything designed, architected, engineered, and ready to go. We're thrilled also to be in conversation with the consulting firm that's putting together the proposal and the analysis of Mud Island and part of an active dialogue with them, because it is our intent, it is our goal, it is our vision to be part of the process for truly activating the entire river park system for the city of Memphis. We're excited about it all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
Councilor Warren, can I continue? I had a follow-up. I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Warren. Forge, I definitely hear you all saying that you're ready to go, and I'll defer my questions about what that means. My main question is circling back to our wanting a comprehensive plan for Mud Island to make sure that it's compatible with what this city needs. I know you said you all been talking about it since 2017. Definitely the world has changed since then, and Mud Island and the uses and the propensity of it has definitely expanded. Would you all be open to waiting until we finish that study that we've allocated money for, to then go ahead and have that conversation with council about what it may look like for you all to be on the island, so that we can do our due diligence in ensuring that we're doing what's best for the area? Are you all willing to wait? That's the question.
Again, we don't really have that luxury. We can wait. It will push the open back to well into the fall of next year, which will miss a season for us and miss the opportunity. I think that, you know, when you further study the materials that we'll send you, you'll see that the footprint that we're taking is compatible with any number of uses that would be evaluated and proposed for a public-private partnership. Amphitheater, we know there are conversations about that. We fully support them. We hope that works out well. If it does not, we have the capacity and the interest to pursue that project as well. But right now, we see this as a start to something pretty remarkable. So we have actually considered and adjusted our plans over the last couple of years to accommodate other uses on the island. So my short answer is, do we want to wait? Absolutely not. Can we? That is a decision that we don't have the authority to make.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Thank you for answering in the manner that you did. I guess my thing is, Councilman Warren and colleagues, we want to make sure we're not rushing into anything with one of the most important pieces of our city. And I would just ask that whenever this MOU or contract or agreement does come back, that we wait and do our due diligence as a council to make sure that we're getting the best, most efficient, and viable use for the island, and to not just give it to the first group that comes up with a plan and proposing money. So that's just what I ask colleagues. Thank you, Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Councilman Jones, and then Councilman Morgan, then Councilman Lady Johnson.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I share some of the same, or shared some of the same concerns, but with the luxury of having been on this body since 2016, proposals for Mud Island are very few and in between. There was one that took place, there was one talking about setting up some camping over there a couple of years ago. You know, the thing about proposals, we can have them, they can go into motion. We don't know what type of delays would take place. And I have but a year and a few more months on this particular body. And I just think that the park itself just screams for activity. I wouldn't necessarily characterize this as the first, having been on this body since 2016, this isn't the first thing that's come before us. With that, though, I would ask of you, Mr. Bacon, and you, Mr. Carpenter, can you talk about how much of a footprint, and I can see how much of a footprint that this would take up, and if this could possibly, if MRPP can sort of work around what would be the footprint of this if you're not taking up too much real estate over there. Now, I know that there was a part that talked about activities. It seemed to be the larger part. My question would be, is if MRPP has other plans with that, would your proposal still be viable?
Yeah, thank you for the question.
And excuse me, I think that would address it. If they don't take up too much of the footprint over there, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I would suggest that we move forward with this, especially if what they're proposing is not impacted by whatever proposal comes back from MRPP.
Absolutely. Well, so I guess the short answer to your question is yes, we can still operate nearly every activity that we've listed in the public record for things that we would like to do on the island, ways that we'd like to activate it. When you go back and refer to that slide that shows that sort of large footprint, those green spaces, the vast majority of the footprint that we're taking up is actually I guess, encapsulated in a handful of concrete foundations. Because what we're building is a series of towers. We're actually going above most of the tree line and most of the other activities down on the island today. So the footprint is actually quite small. There'll be a very small footprint on top of the bridge. There'll be very small footprint with regards to the tower systems coming up out of the bridge itself for the zip lines, and then a small footprint where the Memphis tower, the one that connects you after that first zip with the walkway back into the bridge, will be. It's a few hundred square feet per footing when you think about it this way. It's a very small footprint indeed. The majority of the space on that map that is highlighted in green around where the climbing center will be, down by what is formerly known as the Golf Grill, that is open field, where that's where the Memphis sign is today, and it's where people like to go recreate, picnic, hang out. We would really be using it for the exact same purposes. When we talk about activating down that area, we're talking about doing some open field festivals, for example. So bringing in temporary music equipment and doing a festival for Earth Day or an art walk or a celebration that happens over the course of one day. And then other uses in that green space would be for, outdoor lawn games. When we do summer camps for kids, having them run around in the park and maybe have, a series of tents that go up a day at a time out there on that lawn space, but then are removable. Nothing is permanent in that big area. So there's still lots of opportunities to really activate that entire area on a temporary basis. And if it proves to be that there is a better use case for that large lawn space that the river park system decides to go with, we can still operate around that. We can still work together because we're part of the overarching set of solutions down there.
Okay. Well, yeah. So, colleagues, I would hope that these things can operate on parallel tracks. That the proposal for coming up with a comprehensive plan can take place at the same time as this. One thing that that could be an ask of this body, I don't know, is that the MRPP part of it could recommend that the city makes an investment. And so it may not necessarily be the same thing, but if we're talking about $10 million worth of outside money where we wouldn't have to expend any of our public funds, I would advocate for things operating on a parallel path. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, to Councilman Jones's point, not only the cabins, but also there was the idea for Topgolf one time out there. There was the idea for freshwater research center. We flirted with the idea of having an aquarium out there. And I think ideas are easy to come by, but investment and financing are difficult. And here y'all are willing to put up at least $10 million in terms of private investment. A couple questions. Would y'all envision or need the monorail to be operational?
It is definitely not required. We are of the philosophy that people will walk across this bridge as they have done historically, and we like that as part of the outdoor experience. If the monorail worked, it would be as much an attraction as it was a transportation device. So it's nothing we've contemplated that affects our business plan or operations. We can work with it or without it.
Okay, and that's to the next question about parking. What would y'all need in terms of max capacity parking for a big special event, and what does the island what can it currently hold versus where would the overflow go?
I plead ignorant and ask my colleagues if they know the current capacity. We are not asking for anything. We know from our conversations with River Parks that the structure that used to have the bomber in it would be possible to expand, but we're not asking for any concessions other than what is there for the public park. It's just paid parking. We would accommodate whoever needed it, whenever needed. We believe our attraction will draw people from all sorts of places, pedestrian as well as parking.
Okay.
Yeah, just to add to that, most of the parking that would be needed for the park would be parking that's actually on the city side of the island, or of Mud Island, that is. One of the reasons that this attraction, the zip line attraction itself, is we think will be so attractive to both Memphians as well as visitors to Memphis, is that you would be able to access it by simply walking up onto the bridge, paying for an attraction unless you've pre-booked an experience, and zipping there and then walking right out. So you don't have to even come into the park to enjoy the main attraction of the park, if you want to think about it that way. But with regard to parking, you can never have too much, right? There's never enough parking, and so we're aware of the challenges with that, but we do think that the vast majority of traffic will walk in over the bridge and come in and or park on the city side.
Okay. To Chief McGowan, last point. There have been some other leases that we've had to review and vote on. I'd just encourage y'all, please get it to us in advance so we have time to properly review it. I think that's fair to the council and fair to Forge as well, rather than don't drop it on our desk 24 hours before we're supposed to make a vote on it, especially if this is something that's been worked on and considered for years. Is there anything we should anticipate in terms of public infrastructure or investment that we will need to make on that monorail or parking or anything else?
Nothing beyond the customary planned investments that you're making now. So in the $4 million, there were some items, there was more than $4 million of need there, clearly. So we wanted to make sure that the essentials were done, restrooms, escalators, elevators, for the common use of everybody there. I think conveniently that worked out to help support an investment like this as well. And then the additional $5.5 million that will go as a part of the comprehensive plan that you guys are talking about, or at least the study, will make sure that you have good money following good money and you're not putting money into something that's not productive. So there is contemplated right now, I think as a matter of fact, either today or tomorrow, they're already milling and repaving the parking lot that's on the north end of the Mud Island River Park. As I mentioned, that north gate has been essentially rehabilitated. There's a new recycling center. I'm excited to tell you that next week we'll have brand new recycling cans out there, so or those big containers. So there's already some appreciable investments. All of those are complementary to what's being proposed here, but there is no specific investment by the city except for our time and working with the team, with our engineering folks, advocating with the Corps for a quick review and the Coast Guard to make sure that there's no issues with navigational channels. So it's a time and talent investment, but in this case, there's no monetary investment by the city. In fact, there's a monetary gain that we can get from the shared revenue model that is contemplated.
Okay. All right, thank you. No, look, just watching that video, my heart rate went up and my stomach dropped as y'all were doing the simulation. I know this is going to be an exciting thing for people to be able to come and experience and see Memphis from a view that they've never seen it, which is ziplining 50 miles an hour across the Mississippi. So thank y'all for the creativity on this, the willingness to make an investment in Memphis and our downtown. And I would like to see this, go forward. I'd like to see the lease terms, and between now and then, if there are other ideas that are out there that would be a higher or better use that have a realistic chance of being invested in and built, this is speak now or not forever hold your peace, but certainly for now, come forward with those ideas. Because we've been sitting here on this land that has not been activated and has not been well used for quite some time. So I'd like to see it get going again, and here we have people that are willing to make that risk and investment. So thank you all for that, and looking forward to see what's to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. I just, before I call on Councilwoman Johnson, I just, a show of hands, how many people have actually been on a zip line? Okay, so I'm just going to tell you, you can do it. Okay, you can do it. Just everyone can do it. Councilwoman Johnson, go right ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your presentation. A lot of my concerns have been addressed by my prior colleagues, but I still have a few in the back of my mind. One just came back from what Chief McGowan said, shared revenue. Can you explain that exactly? How will we benefit as the citizens here in Memphis with shared revenue?
Sure. So without getting into the details of the lease, which we will provide to you, and thank you, Councilman Ward, we'll certainly get that to you ahead of time with Memphis River Parks Partnership. But so the idea is that the organization will actually pay rent, and the rent will be as a percentage of their gross revenue. So the better they do, the better the revenue that comes to Memphis River Parks Partnership. In addition, since this is a recreational asset, there will be sales tax on everything that they sell. And so that sales tax will accrue benefit over the next 7 years to the downtown TDZ. And then following that, it will just come right to the city's bottom line. It will be just additional sales tax revenue that comes to the city. So there is a rent component that will be collected by Memphis River Parks Partnership, which they should put to use in continued activation of the island. And then there's a sales tax component that will come for the beneficial use of the taxpayers of the city of Memphis. So for the next 7 years, again, it will help the downtown TDZ where it's pledged to, and then after that, it will come right to the city's general fund.
Okay. Are you also considering personal property taxes in this situation?
There's no request for any waiver of that, so there will be a personal component to that. So this is a straight up commercial lease.
Okay. I think we have addressed the parking concerns, and I still think that's something that we definitely are going to need to address, especially with the park being renovated, and we've already received a lot of concerns in regards to parking opportunities and where would that be. How long of a lease period are we looking at?
Well, the current terms are 30-year term with 10-year renewals. That allows us to recover our investment and actually be a major part of the renovation of the island and catalyst to move forward.
Okay. Out of curiosity, what is the cost just to do this project? How much would the average person have to pay to?
Yeah, so the price for these experiences is based on what type of experience you're doing, but the zip line experience itself, the tour will be between $55 and $65, which relative to other parks is a significant discount. It's not uncommon to see a zip lining experience that's equivalent in terms of length and distance and height to the one that we're proposing here to be $85 to $115 per participant. We are all of our modeling and all of our assessments are based on a price point between $55 and $65.
Okay.
Hey, Councilman Johnson, I would add too that is for the main zip line. There's a kids zone that would be much less than that, where it's a time zone where somebody can pay and their children can climb around in a netted, safe area. And then the climbing towers have a different price point. And there's no cost to come over and enjoy watching people zip a line above you. So there's there's opportunity for everybody.
So the area that we're talking about would be the real estate above the actual physical ground as well as the ground underneath. Is that what we actually would be considering in this lease period? So the other facilities that are over there, we still have opportunity to rent those out. They will not have control of the structures over there.
Yeah, so what we're looking to lease is the structure that used to be called the Golf Grill. that building itself, as well as there's a small office space that we're looking to lease as part of the plan in the core main building next to the museum and such, and where the old restaurants and things were. And then we're looking to rent the spaces, if you want to think about that way, on the bridge where the towers will be, and the space under the ground or on the ground where the tower footings will go for the Memphis Tower and for the zip line landings, as well as where the climbing towers will go.
Now, I'm going to just ask this. I make a big assumption. Insurance is definitely going to be covered by you, your company, because the city of Memphis just definitely couldn't take on that liability.
That's right. So in fact, the city of Memphis and the river park system is a name insured, and that's a big part of the license agreement with regards to how much coverage we put in place to protect the city itself.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the presentation. I'll probably get back with you to look at it in more details to make sure I understand what I would actually be voting on eventually. But thank you for the presentation and definitely for the concept and thinking about Memphis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yeah, I think one thing that is sort of hard to get in our heads is that this is an above-ground thing. It takes a very small part on the ground, and everything else is happening up above it. So the development underneath it is not affected. So I guess what we need is a recommendation from River Park saying they're fine with this as they move forward with their planning, as they're going with their long-term plan, and hopefully we'll hear that. Councilman Robinson, Woman Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been here on this council for 7 years, and I think this is the most well-thought-out plan that I've seen since I've been here, and congratulations. The only thing that I see missing, and it's something that I have been asking for, but you know, it may be because of my age, we need a Ferris wheel. You asked me what we wanted, that's my dream. And I don't want Arkansas to have it before Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chief?
Councilwoman, we are in conversations with two companies who have the opportunity, have expressed interest in doing that on our riverfront. They have a couple of locations, mostly on this side of the harbor. We actually have done some initial exploration. There's actually sufficient electrical power that we're putting in as a part of the Harbor Docks project to allow that to occur. So we've heard you loud and clear, so we've reached out to several companies. They've actually reached out to one, and one reached out to us. And so we're actively working on to see if there's a good opportunity. And again, it would be a similar arrangement. We're talking here, a lease with an opportunity for additional entertainment. So we've heard you, and we know we have the infrastructure, we know we have the space. It's just whether they have the opportunity to come and make the business model work here. So, yeah. But we heard you, and we're working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Councilwoman. We are at 10:20. We're supposed to be over 10:15. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, can you end us up with your question?
Yes, Councilman Warren, it won't be long. I guess not a question, just a final comment. It seems like everybody is excited. I'm still a bit concerned. Also that we didn't get a RFP for it either, but just wanting to say that whenever the contract or MOU does come back before us, hopefully that Forge can truthfully be coexistent as the other colleagues with whatever this comprehensive plan brings forth, so that we can get a good overall succinct and efficient use. And hopefully that will also come out in the contract and terms and MOU that both can coexist, because it isn't worth having someone do something on half of the island and then we come back with a plan that isn't followed through. So just saying that I'll just be looking forward to seeing how that both can coexist and work together to make sure that we're not making brash decisions early because of things that look exciting and new. Thank you, Councilman Warren.
Thank you. And with no more questions, we are adjourned. Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is 10:19, August 9th, 2022. This is Parks Environment Committee. Go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Councilman Cannelli. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren. And Chair Colvett.
President, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda. It's an update on the minor home repair program. All council districts requested by Councilman Ford. Director Cash, you are recognized. Councilman Ford, would you like to address the body first, or would you like a presentation?
I want a presentation.
Thank you very much. Director Cash, you have the ball.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Ashley Cash, Director, Housing and Community Development, 125 North Main. I have a very brief update on the home repair program. I just have a couple of things to go through this morning. So as you know, we were allotted $5 million through ARPA funding for home repairs. We call them critical home repairs. I just listed here the types of elements that can be repaired, different plumbing repairs, HVAC, faulty electrical wiring, roof repair or replacement, depending on the life of the roof and what's going on with it. We would do either a repair or replace the whole roof. Broken or leaking windows or screens, accessibility challenges, exterior paint deterioration, and that would be in on the facade, but in extreme cases, we wouldn't just repaint for the sake of repainting to change the color. Dangerous rotting railings, stairs, landings, or porches, and rotting interior flooring. We do have some flexibility if there's something that's not listed here to address those items, but generally what we're looking at are home repairs that are either making the home unsafe or uninhabitable for the person who's living there. Whoops. All right. So here, and I will try to do this, I think we're in our office getting a little bit better with reporting, just trying to think about, you know, it is a repair program, and so what items you all might like to see. So what I tried to do here, the last time I came, it was April. We're now into August, and so to the extent that I'm able to, excuse me, over time, just show you where people are moving in that pipeline of home repairs, and then we should get a more formal report next month. We're working to figure out, like I say, what we need, and so we can add some funding amounts in there as well to let y'all know either what has been spent or what is projected to be spent, and we can share those with you with regular updates. So anyways, total referred applicants, this is the total number of people that either council has shared with us, our lead program maybe has shared, or others in the community have shared in terms of people needing referrals, people who call our office. So as of, I would say maybe a week ago, we had about 120 people who have been referred over for home repair. Under review for eligibility, I didn't put anything in the August column just because I didn't do the math on that, but everyone who does not fall into any of these subsequent categories would be under review for eligibility, if that makes sense. Applicants who are waiting on, where people are waiting, where the agency is waiting on documentation from the applicant. We have 31 folks, and so that's people who the agencies have reached out to, has asked about their income information, whatever kinds of information, and then they're either waiting on documentation like it may be W-2, it may be self-attestation, they could be waiting on documentation like their title information, just any kind of documentation to get the process going. Scheduled to be assessed. These are people who are on schedule, who are waiting on inspectors to come into their homes, to look around and to say what needs to be done or doesn't need to be done. Generally what happens, a person will call in, or when the agency talks to them, they might say, my floor needs repairing, or my sink, isn't working, something like that. And so the inspector will go in, assess the home, verify that it is the floor, verify that it is the sink, and then if there's something else or if they notice something else, they'll add that on. So it's a partnership with the homeowner where you understand from the homeowner what they need, and then you go out, look, verify, and there may be some additional things that are needed, or it may be something that cannot be covered in the program. And so the number of folks who are in that queue is about 10 people. And then we've got 12 folks who are in queue for scope signing. That means that their home has been assessed, they've been approved from the income perspective, their home has been assessed, somebody has walked in and looked at it, talked with them, the homeowner and the agency has agreed on the scope of work, and then they're just waiting to either get them in or do some kind of digital signature on the official scope before that work can be released. And then right now, I've got repairs underway. We've got about 4 homes, and they're in any sort of, it could be they're waiting on the contractor to get out there or the contractor's out there already. But that's where we are for August. And like I say, hopefully next month, I will have this information to compare to where we were last month, and then have some spending projections or actuals. And then if there's anything else more specifically that you all want to see when I do these reports, I'm happy to share that information. And then the last thing, obviously my contact information is up there, and then the program contact in our office right now is Miss Lane. You've got her number up there, 636-7412, and we're working on identifying who the correct contact person is at the various agencies, but we don't, you know, we've got to streamline it a bit so that people are getting to the right person, but we know for sure Ms. Lane is the right contact in our office, and she can get them the information that they need or get them in touch with the right person. With that, Councilman, I appreciate the time, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Cash,
Yes, sir.
out of the $5 million that we appropriated, we got information with Habitat only, okay?
Okay.
I kind of got a little issue with Habitat, okay? Now, you mentioned to me when I talked to you, the Works is going to do some of the work. How are y'all splitting this money? Because one thing about Habitat is not nice to people, okay? They're very ugly to them. I got an issue with that, okay? A lot of these older people, everything else, I mean, nothing like being nice to them. You know, you might not fix nothing for them, but at least you can be at least nice to them, okay? Yeah, so what
Yes,
is
sir.
the Works planning on doing? What are y'all gonna do and let the Works do some of this work, okay?
Yes, sir. We actually met with the Works this week. Their program is 100% referral. We are, right now, they are allocated $500,000 for home repair. I think within that $5 million, there is still some availability to increase that amount as they spend down that $500,000. And so, like I say, if I come back, I would say between 4 and 6 weeks, I will be able to have a report that includes the Works. We're also working with MLGW Share the Pennies on weatherization needs. And so same thing, when I come back, I can make sure to have just a more broad set of information from those 2 agencies.
Okay, that's important to me. Those 2 agencies, okay? Because Habitat has not spent a dime. They haven't been out to people, but you know, Habitat get their money from other places, okay? But I like, somebody like the Works, MLG and W that's gonna do something here for Memphis, Tennessee, okay? My district and all the other 6 districts, okay? And that's what's important. So I would like to see if y'all can put more money into them instead of Habitat, okay? Because, like I said, they hadn't spent any of that money. They haven't done anything. The record shows that, but maybe the Works and then MLG and W can spend money here in this city, okay? Yep, that's, can you check that and get back with me on that? That's what's important to me.
Yes, sir, I can do that. And I do just want to share that we do have folks in the pipeline in queue for those home repairs and going through that different process. So, but like I say, yes, next time I come in, I will have a broader report with all of the agencies who are participating in the program.
Good enough, because I think Councilman Canale, he has some issues with that. He's not here right now, but I know he has some issues with it. So please keep us aware and abreast of all of those different things. That's very important to us.
Will do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Council Lady Easter Thomas, followed by Doc, and then Council Lady Johnson. Council Lady Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Cash, for the update, and thank you for still being diligent in what you're doing. I just want to know, do you all still have any more capacity for any further referrals? Or have we, with the numbers you showed us, have we used up all of our money?
We do. We're just kind of taking it as we get it, person by person, and as we get close to that spending cap, then we'll start to let council staff and others who are referring people know, like, hey, we're probably really close to spending all the funds and may or may not be able to serve this client. But at this time, we do still have funding availability for folks. And then I should say the maximum amount is $25,000 per house. But it really depends on what repairs are needed. So I think on average, it could be $12,000 to $15,000 that's either estimated or spent. In some cases, it could be more than that. In other cases, it could be less than that. It just depends on what critical repair items people have in their home. So, Councilwoman, you can forward anything to me, and we can make sure that we get them on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Lady Easter Thomas. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Cash, I just was looking, your numbers said we've served 4 people at this point. Is that 4 people in August, or is that 4 people since we allocated the $5 million?
It's probably 4 people between the, like, because what it is early August, so it's probably 4 people between like July and August, but you'll see that people are in various stages of application process. Unfortunately, it's not a, submit your application and get work tomorrow. It's verifications along the way. So I tried to capture where people were potentially in that pipeline.
Of the $5 million that we've allocated, how many people have actually had repairs? Is it 4, or is it?
Yeah, I would say it would be at this time 4, but with about 60 who are in the scope ready to be signed or in the assessment phase. So a small number who are being served today or tomorrow, but a larger number of that who are in that pipeline, in that process, who've had people reach out to them, who know what work is being done, that sort of thing. They're just kind of waiting to move into that next part.
Okay, and the maximum amount we're spending is $25,000?
Per house, yes, sir.
Per house, and it looks like if we're doing 60, help me with the math there, what's that total amount?
We have funding to probably do about 220, 250, depending on, I anticipate we'll do a little bit more than that, because like I said, not everybody will need that 25,000. Some, if they just need a roof, it may be 8,000 or 9,000, it could be 15. So I would imagine we're gonna do a little bit more than 200. And then also, what you'll see over the next couple of months is that production activity ramp up significantly. So unfortunately, for a number of reasons, program startup was much slower than we all anticipated. But as we come back, you'll see that number kind of increase as those people move into contractors actually doing repair work on their homes.
So I guess that's the point I'm looking at, is when do we expect to see an acceleration of this money being put to work?
I would say over the next couple of months. So certainly this month in August, we'll get a lot more online. And I can tell you, I wish I had a good number, but I just don't, and I don't want to make one up right now. But I would be able to tell you in about 30 days what our average production would be per month that we can expect. But like I say, we're in a position to service about 200 people, hopefully a little bit more than that. And then over the next, this month and over the next month, it'll ramp up and probably get to a pace where it's somewhat stable each month.
And how many more months do we have to be able to use this program?
We've got, I believe, till December 2024. I anticipate the funds will probably be out of money middle part of next year. I don't think we'll get that far.
And if you're out in the community and you're wanting to access this program, what phone number do they call?
They can call 636-7308.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Councilman Warren. Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized.
Yes, They're gonna call me and I'm gonna answer.
Thank you. My concern, I think, has been addressed by Dr. Warren in the sense of time frame. You know, winter is coming, that's when we're gonna get the most of the rain, and if we're gonna try to help individuals with roofs with leaks, we need to get it done ASAP. So at least they'll get some relief by this winter time, because that's when they're going to experience that the most.
Yeah, that makes sense. And like I say, it's early August, so I imagine between August, September, some of October, we'll be in a really good position to do a lot of that roof repair. We can look back and see. I know the last time I looked at the list, there were several people who needed roofs, or at least that's what they requested. They said their need was, and so those will be handled, you know, like you said, before the winter season.
What's the number of employees you have working on this project?
I think it is probably, in my office, it's about 3 or 4.
And they're the one doing the field inspections as well?
They're not. Those will be the agencies. So the agency has a full staff, like the Works has a full staff, Habitat has full staff. I'm not sure the staffing of MLGW. I think it's probably a department within them. But those agencies have full staff, dedicated contractors, dedicated to this work.
Sorry about that. Okay.
That's okay.
Okay, but I just want to emphasize the need to try to address the citizens as soon as possible. And unfortunately, once they get our number and name, they calling us every week, want to know when something happened. I don't want to have to call you every week, but I'm gonna give them this number though, since you
That's fine.
gave it out
We'll
in
make
public.
sure, we'll reach out to them and let them know if they're either on the referral list or if their application has been, they would know if they've been contacted, but sometimes people may be looking for a second contact, but
Right.
we can certainly take care of that customer service aspect.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Council Lady Johnson. Seeing no further members seeking recognition, thank you so much for your presentation. This committee stands in adjournment.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Covett. Councilman Warren. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Ford. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Chair Johnson.
Present. Today we have 3 items on our agenda. The first one being a resolution requesting the Division of Planning and Development to have a study opportunities for incentivizing removal of non-conforming off-premise advertising signs and proposed zoning amendments to create a program addressing and encouraging removal of said signs. This will affect our council district. It is sponsored by Councilman Smiley. He's not here, so can I have somebody move it?
Move it.
And second by Covette, maybe, since she got you for Warren and Covette. Good morning. Will you please state your name and the department which you work for? And explain your request.
Good morning, council members. John Zena, Division of Planning and Development. As you stated, Councilman Smiley is not here. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but we did speak about this. There was an industry representative who approached him about creating a program within Memphis and Shelby County that would allow for the essentially the trade of non-conforming billboards to be removed in exchange for being able to digitize a non-conforming billboard. And so what I responded to with Councilman Smiley is rather than pushing forward a program, let's take a little bit of time to study the opportunities here and what the proper exchange should be. Our division has actually looked at this previously. I believe it was in 2018 and 2019 that we took a look at what the possibilities of such an exchange program would be. There are other cities and counties throughout the nation who have done similar things to help encourage the removal of non-conforming billboards. Within our code, any billboard that is not within 300 feet of an interstate is a non-conforming billboard. So we do have roughly 1,000 non-conforming billboards that, for the most part, are in neighborhoods throughout the city. Many of those are the smaller billboards, and so that's generally what we're talking about here is creating a program that would incentivize the removal of a certain number of those to allow for one to digitize or one per a certain number removed for that one to digitize. So what we have asked for is just some time to study this, and we expect during that time we'll not only refresh some of the information that we collected a couple of years ago to bring it to current day, but also have some conversation with those in the industry about it as well. And then I would anticipate that we could come back and deliver a presentation on the results of our study within 3 to 4 months, and at that time discuss a proposed solution. Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan, you can make recognize.
Thanks for the presentation and for looking into this. Does include, I know the large billboards, but there are a number of smaller billboards that are around the city. Did that 1,000 include, were they including those?
Yes, they would. We would consider all what the code calls off-premise advertising, which basically means that the sign is advertising something other than what is on the property. So a business sign outside of an operating business we call on-premise. A billboard that's advertising something that is miles away or some other product we consider off-premise. So we would look at all off-premise advertising regardless of size.
So if it's a billboard that is advertising the company that or business that it's located on, that's okay.
Right. So we would not be considering those signs that are advertising the business that's on the same site. Those we consider on premise. We do have another study that we are going to be conducting regarding those, but that's really unrelated to this today.
Well, good, as well as all of those other signs that's creating sign pollution up
Absolutely.
And down our streets. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Robinson?
Yes, thank you for the presentation on today. I am interested, does that include the benches that I see that pop up around the city and they advertise on the bench, or the bench is sitting there and there's no advertisement, they're worn out? I don't know how we control that or how they get permission to even put those benches there. Can you give us some clarity around that?
Yes, we do not allow advertising on benches, and so those would be non-conforming, and in some cases, they might be illegal non-conforming. So that might be a separate solution, but we can include it as a part of this study.
Okay, I have a few questions. You did say this is just a study, and this is the only thing you're requesting today is to allow you to do a study to determine, I guess, exactly how many you're working with and alternatives in these situations. So when you come back, will you make sure you give us good examples of exactly what you're talking about so there's no misunderstanding on that? Is there a limit on the number of billboards that we can have in this city?
We don't have a limit on, we don't have a numerical limit. We have a limit in the sense that, our zoning code restricts these uses to particular areas of the city and county, like I said, within 300 feet of an interstate. And then there's also distance requirements between billboards. So for example, between a digital to a digital, there has to be a 2,000-foot distance between the two. And then I suppose on top of that, there are also additional requirements in terms of what would be a legal lot for a billboard. So there's a combination of different factors that would impose an overall limit, but we have not calculated what that is based on analyzing all of those factors in a cumulative fashion.
Also in this study, are you going to make certain you talk to the local industry for advertising and to make sure they have their input so we'll know exactly how they are feeling about any proposals that you may be making on how to correct this overage of off-site billboards?
That is our plan, to include the industry in this study.
Okay. And you said it may take 3 to 4 months. Is that what you're projecting?
My estimation. Like I said, we started this a few years ago, and so we do have the most time-consuming part of what we did before was an inventory, and so now that we have that, there is some updating of that we'd like to do, but I do think 3 to 4 months would be ample time to complete everything that we expect to do.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just had one last question. Ask if you could include in the study or the presentation who's responsible for removing those non-conforming signs, or would the city bear any responsibility, or would we have to provide any funding for the removal of those, or would it be the ones that put them up?
Certainly. So just one note on that. In the Unified Development Code already, there is a mechanism for our division to order the removal of a non-conforming off-premise sign that has gone vacant for a period of 6 months or longer. And the method is at the expense of the property owner, but that we, the division, through our zoning administrator, would send notice to the property owner of that order to remove, and then it would, like I said, be the responsibility of the property owner to comply. In this situation where, assuming we came up with some exchange program, it too would be the responsibility of the property owner, the billboard owner, who is seeking to take advantage of the exchange program to do any required removal in order to qualify.
Seeing no others with questions, let's have a vote on this particular resolution. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, this will receive a favorable recommendation when it goes downstairs. Thank you, Mr. Zimmer, for your assistance. The second item to be addressed is Z22-03, Cape Bund Road and Interstate 40, District 1, Super District 9. This is the final readings. Is there any conversation we need to have on this? Do we need another presentation? We've had one before. Okay.
I don't need a presentation, I have a question.
Okay, we have a question from Council. Again.
Thank you, Chair. It's my understanding that a favorable approval of this will not have any impact on the current residential area or anything, won't change anything. I just want to confirm before we take the final vote that that's the case.
Yes, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. That is correct, that this vote would not have any impact on our current zoning.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Ragsdale. This particular resolution, is this for signage?
This is a rezoning of property that already has 2 existing billboards that are allowed by the current plan development that is there. So locally, it has no impact. That it just continues to allow those, but it does rezone the property below to a different classification, CMU2 from R8.
So then they'll be able to put businesses there, is that correct? CMU2?
Well, the plan development already allows those uses, and the plan development allows commercial uses as well as these billboards on that property. So it doesn't change anything for the use of the property, actually.
So that's why I'm confused. I'm trying to see if we're not changing anything, what are we doing?
The reason that the case is before you is because the state of Tennessee does not recognize plan developments as a rezoning for their purposes for allowing billboards. So the applicant has requested this rezoning in order to comply with the state of Tennessee's requirements for a zoning that would allow billboards. I will note that they've requested CMU2, which actually does not allow billboards, and we've explained that to the applicant. CMU3 actually does, but they've requested CMU2, so.
So they're still out of compliance?
For the state. For
the
us,
state.
they're
So,
still, correct.
so if they're out of compliance for the state, what are we doing to help them here?
And the applicant is here as well, but I think that, Brett Davis is actually the staff planner for this. He's out today. But the conversations that we've had is they believe that it gets them closer to compliance. Right now, it's the underlying zoning, which is, the PD takes place of that, is actually R8. So I think that, in their opinion, this gets them closer into compliance with what the state would require.
Well, it seems to me like if we're going to do it, we might as well do it to where we get it to where we have it with what the state requires, as to get just closer. So I'm wondering, do we need to hold it and change it to where we can actually get it to where it's in state requirements, or is that just silly? I mean, it seems to me like if we're trying to help them out, is there someone here that we could speak to that?
1 second. Will you address that? Yes, you. Ragsdale, will you please address, does it hurt, to proceed in this given request, if that's what the applicant has requested?
Correct, and I think that's why we did have that conversation with them. For us, again, it really doesn't change anything for our local entitlements or zoning, and so I think that, we've had the discussions and relayed the information, and this is the process that they wanted to move forward.
That's what they wanted to do.
Correct.
So, I'm just wondering, did they truly understand that if we're going to help them to be state compliant, we might as well make them state compliant?
Yes, and I believe that conversation was very clear, and I've had that conversation with Mr. Davis, our planner, and we believe that we've made that clear. There could be some discussion if the council so chooses to discuss that with the applicant.
Madam Chair, I think the applicant's here. Could we
That's
have them
fine,
respond?
but we have another council person wishing to be heard, so after we hear the questions. Yes, Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. If we are considering CMU3, I would request that we wait, because I think that's something that the community would need to know if we're going to go from residential to CMU3, because that's allowing for a lot of other things to be able to be put over there. And I know that area, there are houses and apartments all around this space. So
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ragsdale, what size tracts of land are we looking at? Are those tracts of land where there would be buildable lots for other possibilities?
Well, the tracts, there are 3 parcels. 2 of those are small parcels where the billboards are actually located, and the other is a larger parcel that's vacant right now. But I would say that the planned development is still what, for our local purposes, would govern what is allowed here. And so it would override any of the base zoning that we're actually changing. So it really, any change doesn't affect the way we would approve or review any cases.
Ma'am. Chairwoman, I move that we hold this and get more clarity and understanding on what we're doing and what the implications are, because a larger parcel having CMU3 in a residential could have adverse implications on that area. And I'm not certain if we have all of the information at this point.
Okay. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask the applicant or his representative to come forward, give your name and address, and try to give us some clarity on why you're seeking one zoning versus another.
Good morning, Quan Poole, 511 Union Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37219. So, excuse me, upon approval of the zoning bill, both of the billboards on site will be fully compliant. The only requirement from a state level is that the property be commercially zoned, right? And so once the underlying property is rezoned from R8 to CUM2, that will be a commercial zoning that satisfies the requirement at a state level. As far as the land use and the zoning that's applicable on the site, none of that changes because the PD that is in place will remain unchanged. So the land uses that are allowed today are the same land uses that will be allowed after approval of this, because the local planning department as well as this body will still have all of those restrictions that were in place. So currently today, as the planner announced, it already allows residential use, it always allows commercial use, as well as these 2 billboards. The issue that arose was that even though these were conforming billboards at a local level, TDOT would not issue a permit unless the underlying zoning was commercially zoned. We explained that through the PD, it does have commercial uses that are allowed, and to that, TDOT said that wasn't enough. We want the underlying zone changed. And so we reached out last year and initially started this process. These parcels were identified in Memphis 3.0 as an area that would be changed throughout the comprehensive plan. So first we had the policy change in Memphis 3.0, as well as then coming behind with the subsequent zone change. But as far as the protections that you all have in place, none of those things will change, as the PD will be unaltered.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Do I have a, very good, okay. Are there any more discussions on this matter? Seeing none, can we go for a vote on this particular issue? This is the last reading of this request. All in favor? Respond by aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this matter will go down with a favorable recommendation this evening. Thank you. Now we got the third item, MJR 22-13, appeal to overturn a decision of the Land Use Control Board of South Side of Tennessee Highway 385 in Riverdale Bend Drive, District 2 and Super District 9. This matter was held from July 12, 2022.
Good morning. My name is Seth Thomas with the Division of Planning and Development. Yes, so the case before us here is MJR 22-013. It's in the Gurley-Winchester Road PD on the south side of Tennessee Route 385, just north of Riverdale Bend Road. The owner applicant is MIM LLC, and the request is a major modification to change the approved uses of this PD from Office General to Commercial Mixed Use 3 for the purpose of erecting an off-premise sign, AKA a billboard. You'll notice a theme of today's planning and zoning application. So here's the location within the city of Memphis. And here's an aerial of the site. And so here's sort of a planned development map. This particular parcel is actually split between two different PDs, the Gurley Development Center and the Gurley-Winchester Road Development. Kind of confusing, but we've sort of figured out through looking at the old plats which PD this actually applies to.
Like we care.
Here's a view of the site from Riverdale Bend Road. And here's an outline plan of that original Gurley Development PD, which was recorded back in '82. The highlighted area is the area in question where the applicant is intending to place a billboard. And here's sort of the plot plan for it, and an example of the sign as provided by the applicant. This particular request is inconsistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan as they have this space marked out for basically open space and natural features, as it sort of is a buffer between the commercial developments to the south and the state road to the north. So in conclusion, the major modification is being done to request outline plan conditions from a change from Office General to Commercial Mixed Use 3 for the purpose of erecting a billboard. The thing of note here is that Tennessee State Road 385 is not a U.S. interstate highway and is a state route. Given this, the applicant's intention to use the site for a billboard is not permitted under the Unified Development Code, which requires billboards to be located within 300 feet of a U.S. interstate highway. Really, the reason that a lot of these billboard requirements exist is part of the Highway Beautification Act in 1965, which was championed by Lady Bird Johnson. The intent was to limit billboards and other forms of outdoor advertising to encourage, scenic enhancement of roadways and not have roadways be sort of a commercial thing. Although, as I've stated previously, 385 is an interstate highway, the underlying aesthetic principles of the act are noteworthy. Hence why the Unified Development Code's regulations are aimed at limiting the proliferation of billboards within the city. Staff is not in support in general of the outline plan change conditions to CMU3 because that is a more intense use for this particular area between the Office General and CMU3, because CMU3 allows auto-related uses, that type of thing. And the reason that sort of plays into our recommendation is because the changing of the outline plan conditions for allowing an off-premise sign still doesn't satisfy the state of Tennessee's requirements for billboards. As we've talked about in the previous case with Mr. Ragsdale, the state of Tennessee does not recognize outline plan conditions as zoning. It only recognizes the zoning overlay outside of those outline plan conditions. And the site in question is zoned conservation agriculture, meaning the only allowed uses on the site outside of the outline plan conditions that it's under is farmland and a single family house. And so even if this was approved, the state of Tennessee would still reject a billboard application as the outline plan conditions that are being requested herein are not, used by the state to determine the legal ability of a billboard. Which is sort of why staff is recommending rejection. However, if approved, the changes to the outline plan conditions will be made from Office General to Commercial Mixed Use 3. That concludes my presentation.
Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So did I understand you correctly that if we approve this, it still is not going to be approved by the state because of where it is? Is that correct?
So if this is approved, the applicant sort of has two options. that would have to follow this in order to get a billboard from the state of Tennessee. But it's sort of complicated, right? So if he chooses to remove himself from the billboard, then he wouldn't, or remove himself. If he chooses to remove himself from the planned development, then it would still be conservation agriculture, and he would no longer have the UDC changes. So, right, so he's requesting to be zoned CMU3 under the outline plan conditions to build a billboard, which he needs in order to meet our zoning code requirements for placing the billboard. However, the state doesn't take the outline plan conditions. So if he removes himself from the PD, he would be conforming with the state, but non-conforming with the Unified Development Code. So really, his option would be to make these changes to the outline plan condition and then file for a rezoning to change the baseline zoning from conservation agriculture to a commercial use, similar to the case that we talked about previously, and then would be legalized through the Unified Development Code through the outline plan conditions. It's kind of confusing, but that's...
So we would have to see this again
Yes.
as a redevelopment or a change in code?
It would have to be a rezoning, yeah, and it would come back to council as that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Corbett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you, there we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, in 7 years, I've made it pretty clear that I'm not a fan of anything. I always called it downtown Tokyo with all the billboards and the proliferation of digital ads. But looking at this case, what I see, a couple things that caught my attention. One, there is a 50-foot cell tower right next to it. There does not appear to be any residentials anywhere even vaguely near it. But what I would like is for the applicant, are you going to put a fence around this? All right. I noticed a lot of dumping out there, and I think there are pictures to also show that. How often do you plan on going by the site to make sure it's clean?
Please give your name
Good morning.
and address, please.
Yes, ma'am. Prentice Mitchell, 3774 Conrail Circle. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I actually go by the site right now every 2 weeks and clean up trash myself to keep the landscape up. I've done a lot of landscape since I've owned the property over the past 9 months. I will continue to do that.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, after examination, it also looks like there is only one other site along 385 that we would have jurisdiction over that could even potentially have a sign. So at this point, I'm not overly concerned, but I would caution and advise those who will be here next term, hopefully, that the word precedence never gets used and that you strongly frown upon it, especially when it comes to billboards. Don't let anyone say, well, you allowed it here, you should allow it there. In this case, because of its location, because there's only one other possible location, because we can get some of that blight up and we're nowhere near residentials, colleagues, I'm okay with it, and this is my district. Thank you.
Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at this particular parcel, and although it's currently zoned agriculture, there's nobody who's going to do anything agriculturally related at this particular site. I'm looking at it on the map. Those who may not be familiar with it, there used to be a Super Kmart on Winchester at Riverdale. So there's a street that's behind it. And so that's that street there. You have, I think there used to be Joe's Crab Shack a long time ago. So it's that little sliver of street back behind there that empties out into Winchester again. So based upon the location of it, I think that this is something that we can look at on a case-by-case basis, looking at the current zoning, knowing that nobody's going to do anything agriculturally related there. I would be in support of finding for the applicant in this appeal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Worth Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say my opinion on this briefly. I don't think I've ever been a fan of billboards. To me, it's kind of like a pop-up ad in nature or litter on a stick. But I recognize, and I even looked at over the years of how we could reduce or limit them in the city of Memphis. But I recognize that our hands are kind of tied. These are 99 years leases. They're grandfathered in, and it becomes a bit of a necessary evil. I mean, businesses are using them and need them in order to advertise and to attract attention, and it's just part of the city that we live in. But I don't want to see the proliferation of them. I don't necessarily think that we have to, use past precedents in order to approve new ones, and that we talk about highest and best use of this piece of parcel. I would even argue that leaving it vacant or empty is a better use than a billboard. I think a billboard is a negative ad, and that's just where I come down in terms of seeing them, where I'm just not a fan of them. So that's the way I've been voting over the last 7 years. I think that's the way I'll go on this vote as well. But we don't have to wait for something else. I think actually the presence of a billboard and then having it up there, once you put it up, it is up, no matter what else comes around it for the next 99 years. And I just don't see them as a positive. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Seeing no other wishing to speak, let's take a vote on this particular item. All in favor, please.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, yes.
Dedrick Brittenham. My address is 3385 Airways, Suite 229. I represent the applicant, Mr. Mitchell. I'd like to just make one correction or amendment to the conditions, and that would be at 1B on the conditions, and add 1B is, and I'll read it, Area B and C, uses permitted by right or by administrative site plan review in the commercial mixed-use 3 district, and the following additional uses. Number 20, off-premise sign. Off-premise sign as number 20.
Meaning?
Meaning a billboard?
Yes.
He's clarifying.
Okay.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Does planning and zoning agree? You have any objection?
Not particularly.
Okay, thank you. Again, let's take a vote on item number 3 in regards to this matter. All in favor, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposes, respond. Okay, we have Councilman Worth Morgan, nay, and Councilwoman Rhonda Logan abstaining. This particular item has passed, and we'll go down with a favorable recommendation. Having no other issues brought before this committee, this meeting is adjourned.
Good morning. The hour is 11:15. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Morgan. Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford. Okay. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Okay. Chair Jones.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have 5 items on the agenda this morning. I would say we sort of do them in reverse order, considering that the first, actually item number 5 is just a report, and with the resolution to amend the council grant program probably being up for more discussion, we can, if we sort of work our way back, we probably can get through this in a speedier fashion. So I'm going to call on the Finance Department to present the report on the debt obligation for the issuance of $167,555,000 general improvement refunding bonds, Series 2022 federally taxable convertible to tax exempt, all council districts, requested by the administration, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Good morning.
Oh, well, yeah, same night minutes are not applicable to this. This is just a report. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm Carol Ward, Debt Coordinator for the city. My address is 204 Heritage Lake Drive, Memphis, Tennessee. And Councilman Jones, we made an error. This report does not require council action. There is no need for same night minutes. Thank you. We have provided you with 2 reports: the report on debt obligation and summary of refunding debt. Then we will start with the first report, debt obligation, if you all have that one. And when we look at the report, we will go to item number 2, and you'll see that the par amount is $167.6 million. Item 3, the true interest cost is 3.27%. Item 6, you have the purpose where we're refunding the Series 2014 B and the 2015 C bonds. Let us please go to the second page, item number 11. And you will see that the cost of issuance is $576,000, and we'll give a more detailed information about this cost of issuance when we do the MWBE report. Okay? All right, so let's go to the next presentation, which is the summary of refunding results. Let's go to page 2. And if you would see on page 2, the par amount for the new issue of bonds is $167.6 million at a true interest cost of 3.27%. We refunded the bonds with a par amount for Series 2014B and 2015C at $160 million with an average interest rate of 4.78%. Our par amount, our net present value savings, $17.2 million, which is 10.75% of the par amount of the old bonds that we are refunding. All right, so let's look at the third page, which will be the savings calculation. You will see we have 4 columns. The first column is the debt service on the old refunded bonds. The second column is the debt service on the old refunding bond. And the third column is the difference between columns 1 and 2 that gives you the calculation for the annual savings. And the fourth column is the present value savings of $17.2 million. So let's go to the fourth slide. And we have this slide is the MWBE local participation analysis. It is broken into 2 segments, 1 and 2. Let us look at the segment 1 first, the upper portion. The city has an opportunity to select MWBE firms. So the total fees were $421,000. The MWBE fees, $209,000, and the local presence, $421,000. Those percentages: MWBE participation, 49.6%, MBE participation, 49.6%, and local participation, 100%. Let's go down to the second portion, the second segment of this report, where the city does not have an opportunity to select MWBE firms. So the total other fees were $155,000 with no MWBE or local presence. So the total overall fees, $576,000, the MWBE, $209,000, and the local presence, $421,000. So the total for the percentage of participation, MWBE, 36.3%, MBE, 36.3%, and local participation, 73.1%. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any comments or questions?
Colleagues, any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for the report. Colleagues, next we have a resolution to... No, we don't need one. This is just a report. Next, we'll have a resolution to appropriate $3 million in American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funding to the Hospitality Hub of Memphis as project manager and fiscal agent to construct a hospitality hub. District 1, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. And there's a request for same night.
Colleagues, last October, we appropriated ARPA funding for city council initiatives. One of them was for a satellite hub for homelessness that we reserved $3 million in funding for. I wanted to introduce this resolution to restate on record that the Hospitality Hub of Memphis is the fiscal agent and project manager for this project. And just to let you know that it's on its way, this project is. Our financial commitment of $3 million hadn't changed. I think there was a bit of confusion about that, but it is still the same, and it will include the 8 cottages and 16 studios and community space as we presented. It'll operate like the one downtown with critical wraparound services, but it'll have a neighborhood design, and we have a potential site. It's not finalized yet, but we're moving forward and plan to get started ASAP. I'm very excited about it, and I just kind of want to read for your hearing the resolution as it's being put forth. We do have some representative here, so if you all have any questions, they're available from the Hospitality Hub. They're available for questions. This resolution is to appropriate $3 million in American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funding to the Hospitality Hub of Memphis as project manager and fiscal agent to construct a satellite hospitality hub in City Council District 1. Whereas on March 11, 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law appropriating coronavirus local fiscal recovery funds to municipal governments. The city of Memphis will receive a total of $161,104,490 in federal funding. And whereas Section 602C3 of the ARPA fiscal recovery funds provides local governments may use funds to respond to public health emergency and its negative economic impact, and in addition authorizes local government recipients to transfer funding to nonprofit organizations to carry out a project on behalf of the local government in receipt of federal funding. And whereas in October 2021, the Memphis City Council passed a resolution to designate $19,750,000 in City Council initiatives of ARPA funds, with $3 million reserved for a satellite hub for homeless initiative. And whereas the satellite hub for homeless initiative will address the homelessness crisis facing the city of Memphis by constructing a hub campus in City Council District 1 that will provide emergency shelter, outreach, and other wraparound services. And whereas the Hospitality Hub of Memphis downtown campus has demonstrated a successful holistic model to addressing homelessness that has received national attention, it is for the betterment of Memphians that this vision and model is expanded and brought to additional geographic regions of the city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council appropriates $3 million in ARPA fiscal recovery funds to the Hospitality Hub of Memphis as the designated project manager and fiscal agent responsible to construct a hospitality hub in City Council District 1, sponsor Rhonda Logan, and to Chairman Jamita Swearingen. And
Dr.
moving it?
Warren has
Are you moving
asked to
it?
be a sponsor. I am moving it, so
Okay.
move.
Okay, has been moved and seconded that we approve this resolution. Is there any council person that wants to speak on this item or wants to be, Councilman Canale? Well, let the record reflect that we've been joined by Councilman Ford Canale.
Absolutely. And Dr. Warren wanted to be added. Anyone else that would like? Chairman Ford.
Okay.
Councilman Ford.
Well,
Okay.
I would say if
Whatever-
there's anyone who's present that does not want to be added as a co-sponsor, please indicate such. Okay? Seeing no council members wanting to speak on this item, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you. Next, we have a resolution to amend City Council Fiscal Year 23 grant allocations, all council districts sponsored by Councilman Canale. There's a request for same night minutes. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You want to, what do you mean to do besides move it to the floor?
You can move it and you can move it. I just
All
give
right.
it to you to move it.
I'll move that item to the floor. I need a second, please.
Okay. Has been moved and seconded that we amend. If you could talk about what organization that it is, just for the record.
Yeah, the Gall House, we've given to them in the past. What they do is they try to take men that have had substance abuse and rehab them and get them back into the household so that we have more fathers in home, which we know we so desperately need in this city. They really are doing amazing work, so I would encourage you, if you have funds left, to consider supporting them as well. With that, I'll move it to the floor. Thank you, Chairman.
And then this is an allocation of $10,000 for the record.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say so by indicating aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Next, we have a resolution to amend the City Council Fiscal Year 23 grant allocations, all council districts sponsored by Councilman Ford. And there's a request for same night minutes. Councilman Ford. Okay, so for the record, this is Academy for Youth Empowerment in the amount of $4,380 and MIFA Meals on Wheels $5,000 for a total of $9,380. Are you moving it, sir? Has been moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. Any council member want to speak on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate such by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Next, we have a resolution to amend the City Council Grant Program for fiscal year 23, all council districts. This is sponsored by yours truly. This is held from the July 26th meeting, and there's a request for same night minutes. So at this time, colleagues, you'll have, I will move it. Second. Has been seconded. Don't know if you've had an opportunity to review this, but this particular modified resolution here takes into consideration some of the discussions that took place last week. Well, at the last meeting, what it does, just to provide some highlights, this sets one of the things that I would add, that the finance department sort of expressed some concern about having an ongoing year-round program. So what this amendment does is that it submits, or it provides that a final deadline for nonprofit organizations to submit this year will be September 1st. So we have about about 3 weeks for additional applications to submit for the grant program for this year. Then it's also, part of this is because we are looking at a time period of anywhere from about 45 to 60 days in which a payment request is processed. What this also does is that it sets a deadline for each council member to allocate their entire allotment by March 31st. So if we think about it, colleagues, once March 31st gets here, at the second meeting in April, we're presented with the next year's budget. And so in order to have almost like a cutoff period where we not reviewing things for this current year while we are going to be discussing the next year's budget. That's why this was proposed. One of the other things that it does is that in addition to setting the September 1st deadline, we have a process where we provide a mid-year review for all of the applicants. And I think that the mid-year review is important so that we know and that the constituents know that we are accounting for these funds. If we have an applicant who is a repeat applicant, once they provide or once they make application in the new year, that gives us an idea of how they've expended the funds in the previous year, as opposed to having a mid-year or having an in-year, a mid-year proposal for that. So, I got your note, and we'll address that. So, what this also does is that if you notice on the first page, the next to the last paragraph here, in order to cut down on some of the our having to review things, there's a recommendation that organizations, you know how we have it at the mid-year, organizations will receive one half almost during this time of year. And then they receive another allocation at the end of at the beginning of the year. What this is doing, this is saying for those organizations where their grant allocation is $25,000 or less, they'll receive a one-time allocation. What that'll do, that'll reduce the number of applicants that have to come back before us for mid-year. So those that we will have a mid-year update for, those will only be those organizations that have received allocations of $25,000 or more. So that's just a summary of what this revision is. So you have it in front of you, and I will open it up for any questions that my colleagues may have. No questions? Okay. Okay, so this item has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate your vote by indicating aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Is there any other business? We'll have a conference offline on a note, Mr. Ford. Is there any other business come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, this Budget Committee is adjourned.
Councilwoman Logan, and Vice Chair Warren.
Present. For some reason, I don't have any lights in front. Oh, there we go. Good. Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Today is August 9th. It is 1:05. And item number 1 on our agenda is the appointment of Ms. Dana Pointer to the Memphis and Shelby County Center City Revenue Finance Board, requested by administration. Could I have a motion and second on this item? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Logan. Ms. Pointer, could you please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and then give us a brief statement? We would appreciate it. Thank you. And please note, Councilwoman Robinson is here now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dana Pointer. My address is 1103 Center Ridge Road, Collierville, Tennessee, 38017. I am a native Memphian. I am owner of 2 businesses located in downtown Memphis and the Edge District. I have a lot of passion for incoming businesses to Memphis, a lot of passion for the growth of downtown. I am Chief Operating Officer and Chief Compliance Officer for Preserver Partners. We're an alternative investment management firm located in Edge District. And I have over 30 years of financial experience in the investment industry and accounting and finance. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions, colleagues? Councilman Carlisle.
I'm sorry?
The chair's opinion is aye also. Thank you for your service, Ms. Pointer.
Thank you so much. I look forward to serving you guys.
Okay. Item number 2 is the appointment of Mr. Wesley Hopper. It's been held for 2 weeks due to scheduling conflicts. So we're going to hold that again until the August 23rd meeting. Item number 3 is from our board attorney, Alan Wade, on the Memphis Council redistricting all districts, requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Attorney Wade, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Councilwoman Warren. The last meeting, we introduced for first reading a redistricting ordinance of all districts. And as I indicated at that meeting, that was a conversion of our old districts into the new districts established by the Election Commission using the mandates from the General Assembly. Under that analysis, the Election Commission renumbered all districts, consolidated several districts, eliminated some, and in doing so, created 20 split precincts. And a split precinct is one that is required based on the splits that the state did of some state, Senate, and House districts, thereby carving some of our existing precincts in half. So the Election Commission consolidated some of those where you vote at the same place, but you're probably part of a different council district. There were 20 of those splits. For example, 707 has voters from District 7 and District 5 voting at the same place. 806 has District 6 and District 7 voting in the same place. And that's the kind of split that is confusing. So what we've done is converted our existing districts into the new paradigm adopted by the General Assembly and the Election Commission, and that's what you adopted on first reading. What we will be presenting to you probably at the next meeting, and probably would request that this committee have an hour-long slot for us to discuss it and make a full presentation, is to consolidate a lot of those precincts so that we won't have any splits.
I believe the first pass at it, we were able to consolidate, I think the number was, I think it was 166 splits into about 90. So this way, all of the precincts will be complete and they will be in one district or another and they won't be divided between the two. But in order to do that, we have to really be meticulous in terms of counting the census tracts and census block numbers to make sure that we come up with districts that are as equal as practical. There is a 5% deviation above and below the average. And as I indicated at our last meeting, District 3 and 7 are probably the two that are out of balance. Now, you may ask, if we have to have an election for District 4, why do we need to redistrict? Redistricting is based on vote dilution. So if you have one district that has 141,000 voter, hold on, what's our total number? If you have one district that has 100 and another that has 82,000, then that smaller district has more power proportionately than the larger district because it has less people to make the same decision to put a council member on the council. The question is, well, we're not having an election in District 7 or District 3 or District 1, but you have to do this on the hypothetical model that Councilwoman Robinson may resign today. And if she does, then we're out of balance in that we would not be able to have proportionate representation in terms of voting. My vote would be less than someone else's. So the prudent thing to do is to go ahead and get it done if we can get it done, and I think we can get it done by next meeting. Beyond that, I don't know if I have any more to say about it than that.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Just for the record, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Jones, and Councilwoman Easter Thomas, who is online, have joined this committee. I have some questions, first from Councilwoman Johnson.
Sorry, I was late coming in, but let me make sure I understand. Is it a must, mandatory, that we do this redistricting before we place a potential election for a District 4 position, if that's, is it mandatory?
It's my opinion that yes, it is.
Okay, what makes it mandatory?
The Constitution of the United States.
Okay, let's back up again. I would think that the Constitution of the United States, now you're the attorney, I'm not, I'm just applying common sense here, okay? If it was decided 3.5 years ago that this would be the boundaries for a certain position for a certain period of time, then why would this boundary change if we're still working with that same position? Look like the same people who had the opportunity to elect the first person should be the same group of individuals who should be allowed to elect the second person to replace a person. So to change the boundaries would seem to be highly unfair to me.
All right, that is one argument that you can make, but let me disabuse you of
Okay.
that argument.
Okay.
Our population is not static. They don't all stay in the same place from the last time they voted until now. For example, District 7 has lost population. They didn't all stay in District 7. They moved to Cordova. All the population has moved east. So if everybody stayed static, your argument would hold water, but they don't.
Well,
So then, that means that people have migrated into different positions, and you have to rebalance that based on the numbers.
I understand that, but it looks like it'll be a geographical boundary that we're working with, and not just the number of people inside that boundary in order for a particular district.
Now, the structure and boundaries are one factor to be considered in terms of compactness. Population is the thing, it's a dilution issue, that if you have less people in your district than someone else has in their district, at the time all of you were elected, all the districts were relatively equal. They are not now.
Right.
So when you step up to the plate to replace someone and they're not relatively equal, then you have created a situation that is unfair constitutionally.
Okay, let's say that, for instance, we're not able to get this done. Then what happens? What boundary would be used?
We don't change boundaries until you approve.
Okay, so I'm saying if we don't approve it, or the boundaries are not approved by the time this election takes place and the people sign up to run for this election, what happens?
Then you probably will have a constitutional challenge to the election.
Okay, well, get ready. I think that might be what's going to take place, because I can't see how we're going to get all of this done, and we haven't seen any maps. You know, we ask that you come in here and spread it all out for us, and have a special call meeting or whatever it takes to understand this, and the general public is calling for transparency on this. So I don't see how we can get everything done in four weeks.
Respectfully, if you look at what happened on August 4th, it seems like there's about 80% of your population sitting at home. I don't know that they're beating the door
Well, still,
down
they
and
should have
this.
but they still should have the opportunity.
Tell me about that.
I can't explain that. I can only,
And I can only tell you that I will present to you information for you to make an intelligent decision like I always do. And you can dispute it, and you can ignore it, and you can ignore the advice of your counsel, but that's my job to give
got you. And I believe that you're going to do a good job, but I want to make sure it's a job that I understand, in the sense that I want to see maps. I want to see how those lines are drawn. But we're talking about today, a second reading.
Correct.
So when are we going to see this between now and the third reading?
You're going to see it the next council meeting.
Which will be the third reading?
You don't have to approve it on the third reading.
Okay, as long as we got that understanding. I was thinking you were trying.
You weren't here when we talked about this.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
forgive me.
I hate to have to.
That's okay.
To regurgitate what I just said. I'm trying to do this in an orderly way.
Okay, fine.
If you remember, I said that we wouldn't have to do this until next May. But
correct.
There are circumstances that change rapidly, and then we have to react rapidly.
And that's what I heard last week too, in 2 weeks. But I'm just still trying to get clarity on the fact that if these boundaries, new boundaries are not established, where are we in regards to having an election, and what, obstacles candidates may have to face? That's my concern.
All right, thank you.
But anyway, thank you for your insight. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman. Next, I think, is Councilman Jones, and please note that Councilman Canale and Councilman Smiley have joined us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wade, I guess I have some of Councilwoman Johnson. I share some of Councilwoman Johnson's misgivings with this as well, and would like a better understanding of this. I know that August 4th changed things, but I think that what this council had asked for was our having it may have been one meeting or two or three, just may have been a series of meetings for us to contemplate this. The fact that there was a filing date for primaries for this, that created the possibility that we may have to go down this road. And so I would stand with, in agreement with Councilwoman Johnson, that if there's a constitutional question to it, that's what we have you for, in order to do that. But I feel that this being presented to us at this time is rushing it, and I would not be in agreement with forwarding this on without us having a number of meetings for us to look at the different scenarios or possibilities with this. You know, there's been time that I've complained to the administration about just providing one alternative to us. What's taking place here is that just one alternative is being presented to us. And so I would like for us, before we act on this, that we have further discussions, do a deep dive, look at other scenarios besides what's currently being presented right now. You know, I had envisioned us perhaps being in a room. It could be a special call meeting, whatever the case may be, and proposition A, B, C, and D, whatever the case may be, and as long as they're within those bounds. So until we have that type of meeting and discussion and deliberation about it, the possibility, we've always, since Ms. Swearengin filed for that position and Mr. Morgan filed for that position, it should have been presented to us, hey, you guys may need to act before now. Here are a couple of proposals that you may need to act on based upon this possibility. When that existed, we did not have that. And because we did not have that, I would not be supportive of us at this point rushing it through just because we have to have an election in November to fill the vacancy.
Let me respond. I guess I'm probably speaking from a position of having worked through a lot of this data already, and with some expectation of knowing what may be presented to you at the next meeting. And I don't anticipate that there would be significant changes that would require you to have heartburn.
But Ms. Wade, let me just respond. Let me respond. But let me just add this though. What if we wanted to change it though?
Okay,
because it's still within the will and the prerogative of this body to change it. So based upon, let me finish. But based upon the data, Mr. Wade, it's presumptive that we're going to go with that, and the council doesn't want to change things. We could very well want to take the whole tablecloth and flip it and do things different, but that haven't been presented to us.
I get it, but go back to the question that Councilwoman Johnson asked me. So we have one district for which we are having an election. We have judgeships that will be elected, but they're citywide and they're not dependent upon an allocation of voters among the districts. So it's my view that one, the least changes that we make in District 4 is going to be more consistent with her view, and you are not prevented after that from reconfiguring it again before next October. We're trying to get to a point now where we can have an election in District 4 with minimal changes, and therefore you leave your options open to do whatever you want to do. You can turn it upside down, inside out, after that if you choose. You're not tied to anything but we do have to make sure we have a going forward plan for District 4, and that is reasonably equal to the rest of the districts, and we may change it after that. I just want you to understand.
Okay, gotcha. So the way that it had been presented, and maybe I was wrong for presuming this, what I thought it was is that, hey, this is the one that we got to have in place for the next 10 years once it's being approved. So that had never been articulated to us, that this is just a trial run or whatever the case may be. Okay.
100 times if I said it once. We have always tried to make minimal changes to have consistency for the voting public, that they know what district that they're in. Now, if her concern is, well, why do we change anything if we're only doing 4? My position is we change very little in 4 going forward. And that's only to smooth out some edges and to make sure we have, and I will present, I don't think any of you have ever seen any of the presentations, but I come in, I show you what's moved, where it came from, where it's going, what impact it has had. And then I suggest that District 4 is not going to have significant changes.
And so I think it would be, and this preference of mine may be shared, I felt that that's the type of discussion that we needed to have even before we got to this point with this.
I hear you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I got Councilman Robinson next. Do you have a quick follow-up, Councilman Johnson? Okay, Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you. In that my district is really the one that's targeted, how many people do I have to give up? That's what.
Hold on. Right now, you have the most population, 100,427 people. The average is going to be 90. So you can be 105% of 90. So 95, I would say about 5,000 people. That would probably be one precinct.
Okay.
You have several large precincts.
So my question is, with that number, would those people go to the districts that surround me?
Yes. We can't leapfrog. They would have to either go to 5, 2, 6, or 4.
Okay.
Right now, you share split precincts with District 6,
District 4,
District 2, District 4. I don't think you have any with 5.
Okay, so those are the people who will be getting that population?
Yes.
Okay, so in the case of Councilwoman Easter Thomas, she needs more people in her district, so I can't give her it, and she's gonna have to get them from what districts?
1, 5, 6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let the record show that Chair Swearington has joined us, and we have in the queue Councilwoman Easter Thomas at home. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council Wade. So I guess I'm trying to just make sure I understand as well when you were discussing with Councilman Jones. So what you're proposing we do before the November election is just change District 4, correct?
No.
You're saying change everything, and then
I'm
if we
saying
want to go back.
making minimal changes. There is a way to make minimal changes to make all of the districts within the target of 105% above the average or 95% below the average without making significant changes, with very few changes in District 4.
So we would essentially be redoing all of the districts?
Not all of them. There
Within
are one or maybe three districts that have to be adjusted.
And do you think we would have to go back before next year's election and do alter as well, or would this suffice us?
If you are satisfied with the changes that you make here, you wouldn't have to make any changes, but you do have the option to go in and look at different options if you're not satisfied with the adjustments.
Let me be in the queue. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilwoman.
And is this the same? Last question, Chair. Is this the same process we would have been going through when you initially said we would start in January 23?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We have Councilwoman Swearington had a question, and then our follow-ups.
Thank you very kindly, Chair. I spoke with the Election Commission, and they shared that it was not a sense of urgency for this to be done for the November election. I think it would be incumbent upon city government if there would be an election in November, for it to include those individuals that presently live within the boundaries of District 4, rather than something new within 60 days. I know that the redistricting has to occur before the October 2023 election, and I think we are premature in doing that according to the Election Commission. But if there were to be an election in November, it would be very crucial, and it would give the constituents that presently live in District 4 due diligence, rather than anyone that's running for that seat to have to incur a new area within 60 days to cover.
I haven't been advised by the Election Commission of that.
Well, I have. I've been researching, and that's the information that I received, that there is no sense of urgency before the November election, that it can be done thereafter.
Well, if they're giving you advice, it's new to me. They generally don't.
And then there's so many questions that are having to be, that various council members would like to ask, because it involves their districts as well. But I know Councilwoman Easter Thomas brought forth before the table for redistricting to be done, and it was suggested for it to be delayed. And now, after the August 4th election, now it's right before the August 4th election, now it's a sense of urgency. According to the Election Commission, that is not the case. But I think it would be very disrespectful to those constituents that presently live within the District 4 boundaries to not be able to decide who will represent them, and to incorporate it into other areas that have not been represented. If I had not been successful in this election, they would have been represented with the present with the present boundaries as they are now. So why change it?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think it would help this committee if, before we move further on our next reading of this, if you had discussions with the Election Commission to see what the answer to that question is for your perspective legally, and then bring that back to us, because we've heard what they've told our council chair. Councilman Carlisle.
And with that,
yes, go ahead.
I would like to request for us to delay this so that we can have those questions further answered and replied upon, because I think there are a lot of things in the air that have not been responded to.
I think what will happen is, and I think delay is what we do on our third reading if we don't have our questions answered. So if we we'll delay, we'll bring these back next time it comes to personnel. If we don't like it, we just delay it, we don't vote on it. But I think having that information back to us will give us the ability to make that vote correctly. And
thank you very kindly, Chair,
sure.
Because this is a vital change.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney Wade, how long have you held your bar license? John, trying to age you out. Pretty good while.
Since 1976.
Pretty fair time of experience. How long have you been city council's attorney?
1988 for a couple of years, but continuously since 1992.
And how many times have you gone through the redistricting process?
Oh, I would say this is probably the fourth time, maybe.
Has anybody in the state of Tennessee, to your knowledge, done as many of these redistricting processes as you?
I think most municipalities are required to do it every 10 years. So in that span, I don't know whether one person has done them continuously, but I think every municipality probably has done it every 4 years, every 10 years.
And would you agree that when you operate as on behalf of the city council, that you're operating on behalf of the council as a whole in its best interest?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the way we've done it in the past, I don't think we've had any disagreement from the council about the proposal. It's your vote, though. And as I indicated, the main objective is to make minimal changes. Now, if y'all want substantial changes, then we can have that discussion later. In terms of the boundaries in District 4, I'm surprised that the Election Commission told you what they did, when right now there are 2 districts based on their existing configuration that are out of balance constitutionally. So I'm surprised that they told you that.
So to reiterate a couple of points I think that I heard. One is, I don't think you ever requested necessarily a delay. I think what I remember or I recall from last May was we were waiting on a final set of House and Senate districts from the state of Tennessee that would then trickle down and set precincts for the Shelby County Election Commission. And during that time, you were going to be reviewing data specific to census tracts.
That's correct. And we've done that. We have the base data. That's how we were able to put population numbers on the Election Commission's present configuration.
So it wouldn't be accurate.
I don't know that they had those numbers, but we definitely have.
So it wouldn't be accurate to say that we've delayed anything.
Do what?
It would not be an accurate statement to say that we have delayed anything. You have delayed any work.
I mean, I hadn't worked on this 100% every day, considering that I have a lot of other projects that have been assigned to me by council members.
Yes, sir.
But I've done my best to be on top of this, to be able to move with speed when we have to do so.
And what has now accelerated this is your belief in your legal opinion as the city council attorney that if we do not approve a redistricting that sets the boundaries between 95 and 105%, that could lead the election or whoever may win that election open to a constitutional challenge.
I think that's true. I think my view is that it's prudent to make sure that we don't have a constitutional challenge. Now, you know, the argument that Councilwoman Johnson and Councilwoman Swearingen are making, you know, have been made, and, you know, they are a good argument, but the possibility that it could be invalidated, and remember, we had a court decree from the federal court that required us to make sure that we have substantially equal districts anytime we have an election. So we've done that every time we've annexed. We've done it every time we've de-annexed. And so that's just been the standard course, and that's what I've been trying to do. But, you know, it's up to you guys whether you want to roll the dice. And the risk, though, is if you do have it invalidated, whoever you appoint is going to probably be in that position until next October.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's let Councilwoman Swearingen comment, and then I'd like to Councilman Johnson, then let's move on to our 4th item as we're about 10 minutes late. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Swearingen. Okay.
Thank you very kindly. I think the Election Commission shared the information that they did. They informed me, had you not run, there would not have been any redistricting done in District 4.
Correct.
The redistricting would have been implemented October 2023.
Correct.
So why redistrict before the November election when it would not have been done had you not run?
Because
it would have remained within the boundaries, and that's why they gave me the information that they did, that it's not a sense of urgency for November, because had you not run, the boundaries would have remained the same until 2023, October 2023.
Absent an election, that would be true. But if we have an election, then that's what brings the constitutional issue into play. So that's the difference between what they told you and what the present situation is.
But they also shared that it's no sense of urgency between now and November for the redistricting to be done, that there's still a allotted amount of time for it to be done prior to the October 2023 election.
Like I said, Councilman Warren asked me to verify that, and I'll be glad to do that. I'm surprised that they would do that because I understand they wouldn't even give you an opinion about when you had to resign without talking to me. And the reason for that is because we have gone to the Supreme Court, and essentially the lay of the land is that we give them instructions about our election. They don't give us instructions. So that's kind of surprising to me that they would be giving you an opinion like that.
And then I did go to them in person yesterday, and they did give me that information.
I'm not doubting it.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you. So let me make sure I understood some of I didn't hear it clearly. You're saying that at this time we can delay this, or do we delay it on the third reading? How do we do this? I want to make sure I understand, because this is the second reading.
If we're going to delay moving forward, we can delay on the third reading because we're reading this each time. And if we do decide there's a time element involved, we'll need to be able to act on that next reading. If we get to the next reading and we're not content, we can delay, and then we will not have this available for the November election, if I'm remembering our instructions. Is that correct?
You would probably have, I mean, it depends. You can probably have a little wiggle room, but if you don't, I would say by the beginning of September, you probably would not.
So we actually have an extra meeting that we could delay this and still come to a conclusion? Is that
That's
the
correct.
timing on it?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Is that good?
I have one more question. Okay, hold on, let me ask my other question, to make sure I'm understanding and I'm listening. Boundaries would have maintained the same, but because we had a court order that said that we must keep our district balanced, so what was the term?
Substantially equal.
Equal. Because of that reason, but the election has to follow those guidelines because of that lawsuit that went through and prevailed.
And that lawsuit is based on the Constitution.
Okay, that's what you're saying about that. Okay. And you're also saying that whatever decision that's being recommended by you now, we can always change it.
Yes.
Do we have to go back and do the same process all over again to change it?
Yeah, you would propose an amending ordinance to change the boundaries
Then
for the October 23 election.
So at this time, do you have any indication when you'll be able to sit down and have a meeting to share all of this information in regards to all the recommendation?
So before you got here, I suggested to Councilman Warren that we allocate an hour at our next committee meeting for us to go through it all. And it's my intention to probably try to distribute information to you before that time so you can have an opportunity to see it. And then to meet with me, if you want to meet with me, I'd be glad to meet with anybody that wants to meet with me.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to know
And
where we are.
I would tell you that I have right now a rough plan, but I haven't vetted all of the numbers. This is the problem. The problem is that we have had to squeeze the census numbers into the new configuration by the state, and that is a tedious process. It is very detailed, and in this thing, we do not want to make mistakes. So I do have a rough draft, but as I indicated in the last meeting, that would take Councilwoman Robinson out of her district, and I think it would have placed Colvette out of his. So those are kind of things that happen when you just do raw changes, and so I'm trying to manipulate those, and I should be able to give it to you very shortly.
Okay. But, and again, back to a question that was raised by Councilman Jones, that's only giving us one option. So will you be able to give us 2 or 3 options by this week, beginning of next week, I
Yeah,
guess?
I mean, depending on what changes, if any, we make in District 4, that's the real issue. If there aren't any, I wouldn't think anybody would have a problem.
And so in order for 4 to go forward, we have to be able to legally say the whole city is in a status.
Yes.
Okay, that's why you got to do the whole city
Yes.
versus just, okay, I'm getting
And right
there.
now, 4 is within range, but you have to make sure they're all in range. And once they're all in range, then you eliminate any risk that you have on challenge.
Okay, so at least by the next meeting, whatever, or however 4 will be affected, we definitely will know that.
Yes, you will.
If we're gonna have
Yes, you
knowledge.
will.
Okay. All right, those are all my
Thank you.
questions. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Wade, what would happen if Councilwoman Swearingen did not resign for 90 days and kept her office on? Would all this be mute at this point?
Yes.
Okay, that's what, so if she doesn't give a resignation, then at the end of 90 days, we appoint someone to her, her seat, and that person serves until the next election? Is that how that works?
Yes,
Is that correct? Did everyone hear that?
that's correct.
And right now, we still have the same boundaries that we had until the next election, and that person would represent the same boundaries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Quickly, what is our drop dead last day that we have to do this?
Depending on what changes we make, if any, to 4, that's the issue that people would be pulling petitions to run. So if we make minimal, if minor changes to 4, then, you know, I think we should adopt it on the last meeting in this month.
Okay, so, but my question is, what if we don't? So if we go into the first meeting in September, how does that impact things?
It only impacts things to have the election commission configure their maps to be consistent with ours, so that on November, they will know where people get to vote. That's the only. So we can still do it in September. If there are people that pull petitions and 4 that are moved, then that's the only impact, but we'll try to avoid that.
Okay, and so, and I guess I'm just trying to get an understanding. This is 2022. Let's say that this would have happened in 2011. Well, no, let's say this would have happened in 2015. So we wouldn't be looking at census data. My thing is, I still don't see where we have to do this now, because if we were doing this in 2015, we wouldn't have new census data to do all of this, and we would just wait until, we wouldn't even wait until 2019. It's just that, hey, census data is here. This is a special election for one. I know that it impacts everything. Why not 2023?
Okay, so let's correct one misstatement that you made.
Okay.
In 2015, if we did an annexation.
No, Mr. Wade, take that out. No. Look, this scenario that I'm trying to create is we had, 2014. So we had a 2018. We had a county election in 2018. Somebody who was on the council in 2017 ran for that seat in 2018, and we'd be at the same position where we are right now. So somebody from, we had that.
We only elect in odd years, not even.
But okay, Mr. Wade, let's go back to when we had members of this body run for the county commission. Ed Ford Jr. ran for the county commission. So we didn't go through all of this. We need to reconfigure District 6. Right, but so what I'm saying though.
We didn't have an election That's why.
But we could have, Mr. Wade. We could have, based upon the resignation. If the resignation would have taken place in time, we could have had that election in November. Now, we know what transpired with all of that, but the point that I'm making here is, but not for, if we need to do this census by 2023, which is our next election, looking at scenarios where we've had things similar in the past and we didn't go back and change district lines based upon somebody leaving this body and going to a new body.
We didn't make changes in midstream unless there were changes in our boundaries. Now, every time we have a census, we have made changes. So you know today, you have information in front of you that you are out of balance. And you, in my opinion, can't ignore that and not change them if you have an election. We did not have an election when Councilman Ford and Fully Love and Joe Brown were elected to their positions and did not resign to have an election because we didn't have one. So every time that we have had an election, if there's any change in our boundary, we use whatever updated census numbers we have and make the adjustments. So I'm not asking that we make them when we don't have to. When we know there are census changes, we do have to act. That's my opinion.
Okay, and so we know we have to act, but do we have to act for November, or do we have, please cite why we have to act for this November versus October 2023.
Mr. Jones, the only way we have to act in November is if Councilwoman Swearington resigns in time for us to have an election.
Look, I
right?
served the last time we did this, so I got that. I got that. I'm saying, what's different now that didn't take place the last time that I was here and we did something and somebody didn't do that?
The considered opinion of the experts, legal experts, is that when you have an election, you have to be in balance. And that's an opinion from the Attorney General of the state all the way down the line with Congress and everyone else. That's to be prudent and safe. That's why we would do it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, you can roll the dice, but I can't guarantee you what would happen if you do.
I got that part. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. If we could, let's move on to item number 4, City and Memphis IT and HR divisions on UKG timekeeping. We're about 20 minutes behind. If we could have this requested by administration with a short presentation. Chief Smith, Chief Harris, welcome, good afternoon. Give your names and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Yes, Alex Smith, Chief HR Officer for the City of Memphis, 1440 Island Place East, Memphis, Tennessee.
Wendy Harris, Chief Information Officer, Information Technology, 4709 Forest Hill, Collierville, Tennessee.
So, Council, we'll be really brief. We wanted to just give you an update on a major project that we have going across the City of Memphis, which is focused on automating our time and attendance program for our city employees. As you know, currently our time and attendance is done with paper timesheets. With the efficiencies of wanting to automate that, make it more transparent and easy for our city employees to know their time, as well as to make sure that we have accurate paychecks. We're excited about this initiative. UKG, or otherwise known as Kronos, is a tried and tested product. Over 2,000 municipalities currently use this, or other agencies. So we're very excited about this and think it will really help us in being more operationally efficient as an organization.
Just really quickly, I'm extremely excited about this. Anybody in my position where a system is going from manual to automation, I'm over the moon about. The project team has been working really hard over the past year, and so I'm just going to pass it over to Ty Cochran. We hired her as the program manager for, she's from Atlanta. She implemented this system in Atlanta, and so we're going to let her do a brief overview for you, okay?
Thank you.
Looks like we're having issues getting the presentation up. No.
They got it. I don't have it in my email.
Ty, it's in your email. Go email it to me. Okay.
We do have a handout if you can't get that working.
Ty, if you can start, get your handout. Do you need your handout? Just start with your handout.
So we're going to pass it to Ty Cochran. One of the important things for us was making sure that we had an experienced IT project manager from another municipality that has implemented UKG. And so Ty comes to us from the city of Atlanta, where they had a successful implementation. And so she brings a lot of expertise and best practices. Atlanta is similarly situated as us in terms of size. And so we felt that having her expertise would be extremely beneficial to us. So she's going to give you just a quick overview of the project, and in the expediency of time, we'll answer any quick questions that you may have.
All right, good afternoon, members of the council. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and give an overview of the project. Again, like Chief Smith said, Chronos UKG, basically what we want to do is move from manual processes into the 21st century with streamlining process and automation. We want to move to a centralized system. Some of the current challenges that we are having that we know that UKG will solve, employee grievances, so we really want to help to reduce those. UKG will also provide flexible options to the employees for them to view their overtime, their accruals, any special pay when it comes to MOUs as well. Saving time processing, because now I think it's a lot of paper, so it will save time and increase efficiency of the data, and then also improve the employee access and schedule information. So this is an enterprise-wide project, and all employees will be affected by this project, so everyone will be touched. I know my slideshow isn't up, but right now, just want to talk about the pieces of the puzzle when it comes to the system. So we will continue to use Oracle Fusion as our system of record. All of your employee demographic data will come from there, and it will transfer over into your Chronos system. Chronos, again, will be used for time, attendance, scheduling, as well as with police and fire. They will have a module called Telestaff, where they will be able to request open shifts and things like that when people have to call out unexpectedly. From there, we will continue to process our payroll on a bi-weekly basis from the Oracle EBS system. So on a bi-weekly basis, we will run a payroll file from our Chronos system, and it will upload into Oracle EBS for payment for the employees. All right, so there will be a variety of ways that employees can interact with the system. One of the ways is through the desktop app, so they will be able to punch in and out via the desktop app. We also have what is called the InTouch clock, and that clock is very much like a smartphone, where you can punch in and out, you can view accruals, they can view their schedules, and at the end of the 2-week pay period, they will be able to actually approve their time cards and see exactly what they will be paid at the 2-week pay period, at the end of the 2-week pay period. There are also mobile and tablet options as well. So there are multiple ways that the employees are able to interact with the system and have the self-service piece. So when it comes to timelines, we currently have 5 divisions that are live. Right now, we've been taking a phased approach. As you can see, HRIT, Finance, Legislative Council, HCD, and Fire are currently live on the system. Beginning next month, we'll keep rolling out to the additional divisions, and our hope is to be completed by November of this year, if all goes well. All right, just wrapping it up now for any questions that any of the members may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And I see no questions except for Councilman Morgan. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I guess, what is the annual cost that we're paying to use this system or program?
For renewals, for the license renewals, Councilman, it's about $1.1 million.
Annually?
Yes.
Okay. And if I talk to some of the managers and workers up and down our different divisions, what kind of complaints am I going to hear from them? Where are y'all finding the difficulty has been in terms of switching from manual to this system? Because I see on one of the slides, training. So I imagine there are going to be a few hiccups and hurdles along the way. What should I expect to hear?
Right now, there have been very minimal issues, but login issues, and managers being able to see their employee group. So we're able to knock those out pretty quickly with our technical team.
Okay. Is there anything the software can't do that we used to do manually, but in order just to put our entire system within the software that we are making we're making policy changes to how we manage people's times? What would those changes be?
For the most part, it stays the same. Now, we are implementing new HR policies, and so we're trying to also refine the way we've done business in the past. So there may be a few changes as to the way we used to do things, but for the most part, things are pretty much the same.
Okay. If I could get just offline, and Chief Smith, we can sit down and talk about this as well, just a summary of what those changes have been in terms of our policies and switching from manual to online, that would be great, but we don't have to go through all that right now.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and maybe if there are any savings that we may be seeing because we're not doing this by paper or manually, if you could report to us what those might be also. Thank you. There being no further business, Personnel Committee is hereby adjourned.
Ms. Keaton, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali. Woman Robinson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Smiley. No. Chair Jones.
Here. Colleagues, we have 5 items on the list. It appears that item number 6, the discussion on the solid waste bulk pickup, will be held. But our first item is a resolution transferring an allocation totaling $1 million from GS 23100 fiscal year 23 major mod cover line to CFP project number CD01101 Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop. This is District 1, Super District 9. There's a request for same night minutes, and this is requested by the administration. Has been moved by Councilman Warren. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Ford. Mr. Adams, good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. If you recall, Councilman Jones, this is the additional $1 million that you gave to, you all gave to general services during the budget process, and we're in dire need of that $1 million to complete the project over at the Raleigh, the new Raleigh Town Center. And this was the vehicle maintenance shop that would be used to maintain the traffic and the Raleigh precinct vehicles, as well as those vehicles that are assigned to that particular area. Right now you have roughly around 300 vehicles that are assigned to that particular precinct that right now are being assigned right now to be maintained at the Ridgeway, Appling, and other precincts around the city, which is really inefficient. We really need to have a vehicle maintenance shop. We are $1 million short from funding this particular project, so we really appreciate that additional $1 million, and we're asking to allocate and appropriate those funds to this particular project, and we're requesting for that tonight.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan.
Director Adams, good afternoon. Thank you for that. I'm so excited we're finally moving on this project. I wanted to know if this amount included maintenance of the property or signage and those things that we noted in general that need to be put, in place when we have these developments. Is this enough to cover those things?
So, Councilwoman Logan, this includes the presentation in which we provided to you prior to, with respect to the vehicle maintenance shop. So this is.
Yeah, that was something that I don't think we touched on, but, subsequent to that, we've talked about it in general, or we have had conversations about it in general. The presentation was on point. Everything seemed to be in place as it relates to the needs of the community, and how the building will be set up to make certain that we preserve the integrity of the space that we're looking to have developers look at and those types of things, but we didn't discuss that portion. That's what I'm talking about today. I'm just wanting to make sure that the things that we had talked about that needed to have been added to the property as a whole, like wayfinding signage and maintenance for the property and the building and those types of things, the lighting is in place in this amount.
Okay. No, ma'am. Now, that's not added to this particular project. This is strictly for the vehicle maintenance shop. This is at the rear of the shop.
Right.
This is, no, ma'am. This is not included in that at all.
Is it for that property?
This is only for the vehicle maintenance shop, and this is only going towards the rear of that property. This does not include wayfinding. This does not include anything else with regard to the maintenance of the entire location.
Well, does it include that for that property? Does it include those things for that particular site on the property? Let me put it like that. In terms of maintenance for that location.
It only includes the vehicle maintenance shop.
Okay.
So if there was a city, if there is a need for a city vehicle to be maintained or to be directed to the vehicle maintenance shop, there will be a wayfinder to the shop, or
Okay.
if there needs
Yeah.
to be fuel, yes,
Okay.
there will be a wayfinder for that. But with respect to the walking trail or the fountain or anything else, I don't want to mislead you to believe that that's going to be included. It's not going to be included with respect to this particular, these funds won't be added for those purposes, but it would only be for the vehicle maintenance shop.
Okay, okay. So if you come in through the back, Scheibler, if you coming in through the back off of
Correct.
Scheibler,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
signage, there's signage and those types of things to get you to that point?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I yield
Okay.
back. And I can talk offline with further questions. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions on this item? There are no more questions. All those in favor of approving this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Number 2 is a resolution appropriating fiscal year 2023 allocations in the amount of $7 million in CIP project GS 22201-OCH exterior cladding. This is District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Okay, Mr.
All right.
Ms. Adams, you going to speak on this as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm speaking on this one as well.
Thanks, sir.
This is the final request for the final iteration of funding. As you can tell, we are well underway, and as far as our cladding project, we are, I'd say, 75 to 80% of the way done with the demolition. We are 25 to 30% of the way started with the cladding itself. Not to pat ourselves on the back, but the building is beginning to look a lot better. The noise is subsiding somewhat, and we are looking, the building is looking a lot cleaner. We hope to have the east side of the building done this fall, and the seal erected, a new city seal erected on the building. And so we will start, we're going to have the north and south side of the buildings done, and the building completely wrapped and completed by the summer of next year. So this will help us complete, the $7 million will help us complete the project, and we will have a fully cladded building. We will, it's a rain screen project, so then we will actually have a new sealed building as well, and we'll start on other projects to make this building a Class A City Hall.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions on this item? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Number 3 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $562,214 to fund the drainage improvement along Meissen Circle. This is project number ST 2010, Super District 2, District 2, Super District 9, requested by the administration. Is there a motion? Has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Warren. Mr. Belen, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Chairman, good afternoon. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we're asking for today is a appropriation to repair a drainage system along Meissen Circle. This project entails basically upgrading of an existing old system that's been damaged and increasing it to a larger system to accommodate for prohibiting flooding in the area. And we will intend to award it to Vucon, who is the vendor, had a 38% MWBE on it, and the vendor awarded is 100% MWBE.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Next, number 4 is a presentation regarding how the city addresses tow trucks in no truck zones, all city council districts, requested by Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Robinson, I turn it over to you. Okay. Ms. Connect, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Robert Connect, Public Works Director. I'm here also of representatives from MPD. The question that we kind of have is the context of this topic is, allowing commercial trucks to be parked on residential streets. Is that what we're talking about, Councilwoman? Yes. I don't know if Chief Crow or wants to join me here, but their ordinance is kind of clear on allowing commercial vehicles in residential streets. So I'm going to let them talk, let MPD talk about it briefly.
All right, good afternoon. Deputy Chief Sam Hines, 170 North Main Street, 38103. What we have on the no parking, just need to get a clarification on exactly what the request is, but what we have in the ordinance is for the tow trucks and trucks with 2 or more axles. And according to the ordinance, they cannot be parked for longer than 24 hours period, and we use the ordinance to find them. We do have the amount of tickets that we've written for those particular vehicles since this time last year. So to date, using to date as August 4th back to August 5th of 2021, Memphis Police Department has responded to 1,338 calls. We have issued 1,319 citations for vehicles over 4 tons that are parking in the residential zones using these particular sizes. What we haven't issued any citation for truck violation routes, and we do have the locations that we have issued the majority of those citations. 50% of them, of the complaints have come in at 2600 North Houston Levee and 577 North Germantown Parkway, which both of those are Walmarts, where we get the majority of the calls. And those are the amount of tickets that we've written in those particular areas.
I'm getting a lot of phone calls, and I'm seeing them myself. Tow trucks in communities. They're parking them on the streets. They're bringing whatever they're towing and leaving it there. But when you said 24 hours, so if they come home for an 8-hour shift to take a nap, they can leave them out on our street. Is that what you're saying?
According to the way the ordinance is written right now, yes.
Okay, so now we got to take pictures with date and time so we know how long those trucks have been parked in the community. Can they park them in their driveways?
No, ma'am. There's a prohibition. If it's a residential property, parking commercial vehicles on a residential property, there is a prohibition on commercial vehicles cannot do that.
Okay. And then if they are given a citation, how much are those tickets?
Up to a $50 fine.
Is that regulated by the state, or can we change that?
State law.
That's state law?
Yes, ma'am.
So my question and to the council is that $50 is not enough to deter people from not taking their trucks home. Because if they take a truck to a location that they have to pay for, they prefer to pay that $50 ticket. We've got to do something about it because they're taking over our communities. So I just need that information, write a resolution asking our state representatives to help us with that, because $50 is not deterring these people from bringing trucks home in all communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Did either one of you want to respond to that?
Well, yes, sir. We've talked quite a bit about this limitation, in terms of our enforcement capabilities, because the state law is very clear on that, constitutionality, $50. We have, I've advocated, or believe we should advocate for an increase, or at least the ability to have a tiered system at a minimum based on the type of violations, but that would require, I guess, the state's legislation to agree with that.
Okay. Councilman Morgan and then Councilwoman Logan.
A possibility where if somebody were to rack up, 2 or 3 of these parking violations, that we'd be able to take them off the police tow list as a consequence. I mean, the $50 fine, that's going to be really difficult to change the state constitution, but we have a lot of leverage over these tow companies because they want to be on our tow list. When wrecks come up, they want to be in the rotation. That's a good source of business for them. Do we not have enough tow trucks on that list where we have some room where if there are bad actors and they're making other violations that we could potentially hold that over them, or would that not work?
Well, I think if we really wanted to enforce it, we probably could. The tow truck industry, they will have an inspection once a year. So you should have a record of those tickets where they've committed those violations, and we could bring it up at that time. And during the inspection piece is when you could not deny them or have them removed from the list for those violations.
Okay. I mean, I think that would be a quicker and more immediate solution to this than trying to petition the state to make that change. But let's, there might be some unintended consequences. I'd love to hear about the practicality of that, but maybe we can pursue that. Councilman Robinson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now, Councilwoman Robinson, I have a question about this. So you brought this up. Are we just talking about tow trucks? Because I thought that I've seen a bigger issue being, those semis. Right. Okay. So I'm thinking about, somebody has a big work truck, let's say a Ford F-350 dually. That technically has, do those two wheels, those count as those 2 different axles. So that vehicle has 3 axles, correct? We count that as 2?
A dually would still only have 1 axle. It would have 4 tires on the rear, so that wouldn't be applicable.
Okay.
It would still be considered a pickup truck.
What about, I think I've seen some, though, that have 6 tires all together. Well, 2, 4, 6, 8. What's it?
3 axles. You mean 3 axles?
3 axles, right. So are we talking about those it's still a pickup truck, work truck, but I'm thinking about the distinction. What I see as a big problem are the big semis that are parked in residential neighborhood. I still think that's different than somebody who has a tow truck who happens to take their tow truck home. What are we discussing here? Both. Okay, both. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Councilwoman Logan.
That was my ask exactly. Are we including semis? I know a lot of, they're tearing up the streets, they're tearing up sidewalks, and they're creating problems in the neighborhood. So I know there are places for trucks to park instead of in the neighborhood or the residents. So I was asking, was that included as well, or just tow trucks? Okay, all of them. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, it would include all trucks, but I needed if there were a differentiation between the tow trucks and those 18-wheelers. That's what I needed to know before I worked on this resolution. Thank you.
So, Ms. Robinson, I have another question. Let's say that somebody works for, I'm an Amazon delivery driver. Are you getting complaints about those type of vehicles being parked in residential neighborhoods as well?
So we have 18-wheelers, the cab coming home as well. Right. I had one on my street, and when I called the police department, they asked me what color it was. It didn't matter what color. You need to come and ticket them. It's just getting overwhelming.
Okay.
So I'm going to address all of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Gentlemen, thank you for that. Did any other council member have any questions for administrators here and Deputy Hines? Okay. Thank you for the report. Colleagues, our last item is an update on illegal dumping. This is all council districts requested by Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale, did you want to introduce this item, sir? Okay. Mr. Connect, the floor is yours.
Yes, so there should be a handout given to each council member. And basically, this is in response to some concerns over, if we were to bring some of our normally contracted services in-house and at different levels of service, what would that look like? So what I have gone over is there's two different materials covered here. Like first off is grass cutting. As I mentioned, we cut, and this is illegal dumping and litter and blight some way. I'm so your patience with me, Councilman Canale. But the grass cutting, for example, if we were to do that as an internal function, it was looking at the one cut a year, which is kind of where we are generally for those 9,000 properties. You're looking at 70 people, about $4.5 million annual O&M. There's a capital upfront cost of $2.3 million in that, and then so that year one total is $6.86 million. Then let's say you want to cut the grass, those private lots, those 9,000 lots 4 times a year. You need 165 people. It's $11.2 million, $5.6 million in capital, so about $16.7 million in year one costs. So the other one is the right-of-way cleanup. So what if we were to go down every city street once a week, every 2 weeks, and once a month, what would that look like? And there's just as an FYI, there's 2,472 center lane miles of city streets. So in order to do that weekly, you're looking at about 300 people. And quite a bit of a fleet to go with that. So the annual O&M cost is about $21.7 million. It's about $5.4 million in capital, and that's, of course, that's first year. It's about $27 million year one for the weekly service. Then I went to every 2 weeks, which basically is about half the cost, about 50% of the personnel, about not quite the same. Capital is about 50% as well, I'm sorry. So about $13.6 million for biweekly service. And then once a month. Again, it's about 76 people, about $5.4 million, about $1.5 million, $1.6 million in capital, and it's $7 million in year one cost. For now, again, that's just city crews driving up and down every city street once a week, every 2 weeks, or once a month, and the cost associated with that. So I think that was this is, I guess, an update based on that last request. And again, this is, if you imagine cleaning up every city street, this would be basically an extension or a companion to our illegal dumping group that we've already added, but those would be a consolidation of functions to some degree, still needing the illegal dumping cleanup, but just picking up litter, picking up trash, basically picking up everything solid waste does not pick up as part of its route collections is if you were to do weekly. As an example of what that would look like.
Councilman Warren and Carlisle.
You got my mic on?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Thank you. Chief, This is on a slightly different subject. If you could bring us back some information on this. I understand you've got 8 people that still work in solid waste, some electricians and painters that somehow lost their hazard pay in our last contract negotiation for being involved in wastewater and, COVID exposure and stuff like that. If there's anything you can do to try to see how that goes back into their pay, if you could let us know about that next time, if there's some way we can make that occur. Thank you.
I had a discussion with the HR's office of the
if y'all could.
We're looking at that, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Jones. So these are in-house numbers, Chief, Director Connect. Chief's good too, though. Both will work for me. I'm gonna table the grass cutting because that's different. I mean, you get flex up and down for growing seasons and things like that. Right-of-way cleanup, general scope of work, basically rolling down right-of-ways, picking up trash, et cetera, and literally cleaning like street cleaners, brush style, right? And I apologize if you've already brought this information. I just don't remember off the top of my head. This is an in-house model. What is the ability? I mean, are there groups that contract out to do that? And what does that look like generally? And I know you probably looked at it. If you just off the top of my head, order of magnitude for a bi-weekly or bi-monthly.
Yeah, we had a model presented at the last council, and I don't have it with me. I can bring it back. But it was, again, that was using contracted numbers, and it was pretty close in terms of, I think, cost to do it contractually versus in-house. And I'm sorry, I don't have that with me, but I know we did have a discussion about it.
So let me ask you a question just again, staying on right-of-way cleanup. Is it possible to have it move underneath solid waste as a portion of that enterprise fund more than it would be public works? I mean, I would say it's more by definition public works, but looking at how you fund that structure perhaps as we start to look at things like bulk pickup and different options. I guess that's more of a mathematics conversation than a would you like to have it or not conversation. I'm sure you'd rather have it under your.
Well, there's a lot of history involving the same subject, as you know. So, I mean, as solid waste might describe, the different models we've used historically that we've changed to as part of service to, that's affected that is on the rates. So, I mean, what Public Works does and always has done is a companion to that. Right. Because that's why street sweeping is part of Public Works, right? And that is also a function that happens, but it happens at a frequency based on how much, revenue we're spending on street sweeping. So all those kind of things go hand in hand, ultimately. Where it resides is just really depends on how you want to bill for it, how you want to capture the cost of it.
Yes, the great debate, Martavius, on taxes versus fees versus priorities, I guess, whether you're cutting somewhere, from one piece of the pie to give to the other. But I will concur with my colleague that for me personally, the majority of commentary that I'm getting these days outside of crime is the untenable nature of what is perceived, whether it's true or not, as a dirty city, which is why every time solid waste is on here, our friends from the media show up and then disappear again. So, but thank you for the information. I mean, it's again, if it were easy, we would have already done it. But I appreciate the hard work that you guys did putting the numbers together and that you do every day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Connect, the 9,000 properties, can you share a little bit about those properties, and are they in any priority in terms of cutting? Would you have to cut all 9,000? Are they in the main areas or main areas to be seen, or just share a little bit about those 9,000 properties?
So we are basically a complaint-driven with regards to grass cutting on private property. You know, these are all privately owned lots. None of these are owned by the city or county. These are just ones that are vacant lots or abandoned, blighted properties with no one's there. They're unoccupied. We don't, if it's, no, the big distinction is occupied and unoccupied. If it's unoccupied vacant, then we, under city ordinance, can cut it ourselves and then place a lien or charge for it. If it's occupied, the recourse is environmental court if they don't cut it. So there's two different pathways based on the type of property. This 9,000 is basically the number of vacant properties that we are cutting typically on an annual basis. We usually cut them once, maybe twice a year, just depending on how much resources we have and how well the contractors are doing. So that's where the number comes from, and that's how we based it on if we were to do it in-house. I guess that answers your question.
So these 9,000 are, just want to make sure I'm hearing you, vacant properties that we cut.
Yes.
It doesn't include the occupied ones we have to cut that we charge the resident for.
No, if there's occupied, then only the judge could give us an order to take action on it. With that judgment, then we can take action to usually mitigate the property. Occupied. Unoccupied, we don't have to go to court. Once we give them notice, the ordinance says after 7 days, then we can go ahead and issue the notice to a contractor to cut, and then the contractor will cut it, and we'll get a bill for it. Then we'll try to recoup that from the property owner. If we can't recoup it, then we place a lien against that parcel.
Okay, and then you say you cut it again in 1 year?
We average once a year, just basically statistically. Some properties probably get cut maybe twice a year, but just on a generally, we don't. It's just basically one time a year is average.
So if it's in a residential area and you cut it, and it's going to be growing for a year before you can cut it again?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
is that due? And that's due to funding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Our budget's about $2.8 million a year to cut grass right now.
Okay.
And with that, that's about what the maximum we can get is about. Again, some are more than once, but once is kind of this. Just again, that's just an average for this presentation. I don't have the exact number of cuts for each parcel with me.
But based on this, it's you cut it once, then you'll cut it again the next year. Even if it's in a residential area, there's no priorities to it. Do you still have
If we get a complaint, we have to cut. We do cut it. We try to cut it based on those complaints. Yes, ma'am.
I know some of them are in alleys and they're not in residential areas. Some are in residential areas. So I was trying to see if there was a priority list or anything like that. The second thing, is the Mo to Own program still in play? And would it apply to these properties?
Yes, ma'am. The city's motto is still in existence. It's under General Services Real Estate. They can go onto the city's website, if I recall, and there's an application process. We have modified it a little bit so that it didn't have to be adjacent. It could be, I think, right next door, or there was some slight modifications to it, but it does exist. Yes, ma'am, and it does apply to these kind of properties that the city owns, if I recall. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Connect, any other colleagues want to ask any questions? Okay, Mr. Canale. No, are you?
Thank you, Chairman. Director, maybe you mentioned this and I missed it. Forgive me if you have, but we recoup how much of those, when we bill it out for those 9,000 properties, we recoup a ballpark percentage of?
It's fluctuated between 25 to 40%.
And we bill them per cut, by the hour? How do we bill that?
It's based on the hourly rate that the contractor to complete the task. So the contractor, we capture that information, we get an invoice from them, and that invoice is used as our justification to charge the property owner for that work.
And they don't pay it? It goes to their tax bill?
It goes on I guess, a lien, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Switching gears, on the illegal dumping, have you hired all 17 of for the new program?
Not yet.
Have we received any of the equipment?
No, sir.
So when we get this up and going at full speed, and maybe you mentioned this, but like there's certain areas that I've reached out to the Public Service Corps to put on and asked them to put on a rotation because they clean it and then 2 weeks later, I'll just give you one example is Hernando Road in between Kerr and Norris. It's the back side and the front side of 3 different cemeteries, but there's constantly mattresses, tires, looks like complete households that get dumped along there, and they clean it, but then unfortunately it's a hot spot for whatever reason, and 2 weeks later looks like that nothing's been done. So will we have a roving that to monitor certain areas? I'm not saying that they could cover all of them, but the areas that you know are more predominant for illegal dumping, so that it doesn't take, complaints. We get out ahead of it before and can remediate it before.
Yes, sir. So the goal is that in partnership with the Public Service Corps, we're going to continue to, work on addressing these illegally dumping hotspots. And also the areas that are more proliferate, like you're not just a roadway with a lot of trash, like people are actually finding a location, an abandoned area, and just dumping large amounts as well. Kind of like what Washington Bottoms is an example of that. Mm-hmm. So yes, sir. And then in the interim, I don't want you to think we're not going to take action. We do have some contractors already that we can utilize for illegal dumping cleanup. So we've already started discussing with them that until we get everybody staffed and we get our own equipment in, utilizing them as a methodology to at least cleaning up the illegal dumping sites. Now, the right-of-way stuff you're talking about, that is going to take, again, our continued efforts with street maintenance and Public Service Corps. But, I mean, the sad fact is, as you say, I can count how many dozens of streets that we clean every month. And within a couple of days, a week, it's back to the condition it was. And it is, yes, it is a frustration.
No, I mean, it's really sad that we even got to this point that we have to have this newly formed unit that's what they focus on, because people have such disrespect for their fellow neighbor and for their city that they're willing to do this. And that's unfortunate all in itself. But that being said, this is reality and we have to deal with it. So whenever we can get to the point of being more proactive and not reactive to receiving complaints, so that we can get out ahead of it and people see that we are very serious about this and we want our city to get back to the level of the cleanliness that it used to be, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Connect, I have a couple of questions. So I'm looking at, for example, the grass cutting in-house. When we look at this 6.865, that is bringing everything in-house. So if we're already spending each year about $2.8 million, then if we brought it in-house, we wouldn't spend that 2.8. The incremental cost that we'd have, would it be $4 million?
Well, you have a capital 1 year. The first is a $2.3 million capital cost, right?
I got that for the first year, right?
Then after that, it goes to about $4.5 million a year.
Okay.
And then every 10 years, you'd have to go through another capital cost, but that's the first upfront cost.
Okay. So let's look at it that way then. So we're looking at for personnel of 70. Current service level of 1 cut per year. We're currently spending $2.8 million. So that only leaves about $1.6 million of O&M, excluding capital, in order to do that. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So taking that to another level, looking at the second page then, knowing that we have a one-time capital outlay of $5.5 million, and I'm just going to round up to $3 million. So we're talking about a personnel of 165, knowing that there are some places that will have more than 4 cuts per year, but we're looking at an average of four cuts per year. We're looking at about second year of about $8 million in order to do that. So colleagues, what I'm saying here is that on our tax rate, we're talking of 8 pennies to go from 271, wherever we are now, to 280 to have a cleaner city. Now, when are we allocating anything right now for right-of-way cleanup?
There is some funding of about $2 million. I'm sorry, about $1.5 million for, I think if I recall, for just general cleanup of the medians across the city.
Okay, so if we did that on a once per month basis, we take that $1 million, and I'm looking at the last page here now. If we take that, did you say 500,000 or how much did you say, a million?
About $1 million, $1.5 million.
Okay, $1.5 million. So if we take that $1.5 million out of here, excluding the capital cost there too, we are talking about roughly $4 million in order to do this. So with both of those things together right now, we're talking, and the value of a penny might be more than $1 million. So it may not necessarily be that, but this is, to me, this is a small ask for us to have a clean city and people knowing that whether it's once a week for that or looking at 4 cuts per year, to me, colleagues, it's a small price for us to pay for us to have a cleaner city. And I would ask that I would hope that this be part of our discussions next budget year. Yeah. Are there any other questions or concerns to come before this committee? Ms. Connect, thank you for your presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir.
If there's no other business, this committee meeting is adjourned. Oh, there's one more item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Council members, Canale? Here. Corvette? Here. Ford? Johnson? Here. Logan? Present. Morgan? Here. Robinson? Smiley?
Here. Present. Here.
Chairwoman Swinger.
Present. We seem to have a quorum. There are 3 items on the agenda today. Item 1 is an update from Council Attorney Alan Wade on the hiring of an energy consultant. Attorney Wade, you may be recognized. Why do you keep bringing that to the table?
Okay, let's see where we are. Are we ready? On July 12th, I made a verbal report to the council about to fulfill the charge given to me to try to find an energy consultant for the council to evaluate a soon-to-be coming recommendation from MLG&W about either leaving TVA or staying with TVA. And I indicated that I had identified 2 firms that I recommended that I be allowed to negotiate a contract with, and indicated that I would be doing that and presenting one of them, a contract with one of those firms, to the council for approval. After that meeting, however, the chair lady issued an energy consultant request to 4 firms, as I understand it, and did a separate RFP for which she received 2 proposals. One of them, and generally in the RFP process, you don't identify the bidders. You do it on bidder 1, 2, 3, or 4, so that you won't be subject to accusation that you were influenced inappropriately by any of the bidders. So I will identify bidder number 1 to the chair lady's RFP, came back with a proposal for phase 1, which was to review where we were in the process of about $150,000, and then the phase 2 were hourly rates ranging from $690 to $110. Bidder number 2 was, I've read their proposal. I believe I saw their proposal come in at about $400,000, and maybe Councilwoman Johnson and the chair lady can correct me if I'm wrong. But they also did an addendum where they came in with hourly rates should they be asked to do additional things, and those rates ranged, they were like 30 different variations. So essentially you have these 2 proposals and you have my recommendation, and I think we're at a point now where if we're going to go forward, you need to either authorize me to go forward and negotiate with the 2 firms that I identified and come back to you with a written proposal, which is what I recommend, or you need to allow the chair lady, and I don't know if Councilwoman Johnson was assisting her, to go forward to negotiate with the 2 firms or to accept the 2 proposals that they've presented. I will point out that the scope of work that was submitted by the chair lady was fairly broad. I did receive phone calls from 4 possible bidders that were indicating that this was very broad and it would be expensive because it would require them to do as much work as MLG&W's consultant did and some in order to not only verify what they did, but also to come forward with their own recommendation. In essence, this job description would have required them to really just replicate what MLG&W's expert is doing. I don't know that that's exactly what you need, and I don't know that that's what's cost effective. The 2 proposals that I would be looking at would be allowing you to, in effect, do a cafeteria plan where you would be able to target and selectively identify areas that you wanted them to focus on. They would give us an estimate of how much it would cost to do that. We would negotiate that issue and then move forward. I think that's more targeted in effect what this body would be required to do. I understand the schedule now is that the MLG&W staff will make a recommendation to their board on September 1, and the board has a minimum period of time to evaluate that recommendation and come to you with a recommendation. But I am told that it is very likely that that minimum time period may be expanded exponentially in light of the complexity of what's happening. Once you receive their recommendation, you are under no time constraints of what you need to do. You can take as much time as you like, and I think you can evaluate it in terms of, well, I'm comfortable with this recommendation, but I want more information about that. And so I think it's kind of premature for us to lock into an all-in number with a firm when we just really don't know exactly what you guys may want. As we've done in the past, we also forward to consultants questions from this body in order to make that manageable and not an unruly process. You would probably need to designate one of your members to be the disseminator of those questions, the recipient and disseminator, so that you'd have one point of contact, and then you get written responses. But that's all I know at this point. I've been asked by several of you to draft a resolution authorizing me to go forward. If you approve that, then I'll do that. If you don't want that to happen, then you can authorize Councilwoman Johnson to go forward with hers. That's all I have to say.
Nice. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wade, for that.
It's on.
Sorry, thank you for that presentation, Mr. Wade. My question is, I need information on those 2 companies before I can say if I would recommend those 2 companies over the other 2 companies that we've been talking to.
I'd be glad, I haven't been authorized to release that publicly, but I'd be glad to have an attorney-client with you to talk about all of them in detail, and that's what I had intended to do when I presented a contract to you from.
But that contract would be far beyond the point of, we may not even agree with that particular company. I would like to know more about the company before you even try to go into a contract setting with them.
Well, I thought I gave you a description of their qualifications.
You know, but I tried, one person you gave a description of, I looked them up and I couldn't find them on the website. I did. Tara, you know, we did some extensive research, couldn't locate the person.
And I have not received a copy of that either.
Right. I haven't received a copy. I only heard the name given. I didn't receive a copy of anything.
Well, all I can tell you is that I've vetted 21 companies. Some of these are the ones
I'm going to agree. I don't disagree. But before I can say, let's go with your 2, I need to know what 2 they are.
Your position.
So if
I understand your position.
I'll be glad for us to have a client meeting and get those names for you.
All right.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the.
Warren.
Have you, Dr. Warren? You may be recognized.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Wade, it sounds like for us to be able to come up with a good decision here, we need an attorney-client privilege meeting to discuss this. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. I'm also hearing you say that the process on this is such that we can take as long as we need to once MLG and W board decides whatever they decide to determine whether we want to approve it or not. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
That is correct or not correct?
Yes, and you got that confirmation from them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson, and then Councilwoman Robinson.
Okay, let me go back for clarity. Do we have to take a vote on this? I thought that the resolution that was passed gave the chair the opportunity to sign off on whoever we selected. Will we have to take a vote on this group?
It was in the
Let me read the resolution.
Okay.
Right.
The resolution authorized the council chairwoman to immediately authorize the council attorney in collaboration with the chairwoman or her designee to develop a proposed scope of work for an expert consultant, which I did and presented it to you at our retreat in the end of April. To research and identify potential experts and consultants, which I did, and to make a recommendation to the council on potential consultants, which I did. And at the meeting in the 12th of July, I guess Councilman Warren asked, did we want to vote that night? And I said, no, let me present a contract to you, and then you could vote it up or down. So that's what I intended to do by the next meeting. And then if you don't vote it up, then we can pursue anybody else that you want. Okay,
Understand is that whatever the body goes was fine with me, but I just think if we can get with you this week on a client meeting, we come up with an agreement who this particular consultant should be, and then if the chair is there, we could go forward, and you could go ahead and do whatever you need to do rather than come wait.
The attorney-client it transpired previously. He gave us specifics regarding this issue. He shared with us some firms that would be willing to do it, as well as the mayor's expert has given us 3. So we will make a decision and write the letter and go forward.
Yeah, but I'm saying we need to talk.
Yes, we will do that this week.
And
this week. Councilwoman Robinson was next in the queue. And then I'll come back to you, Dr. Warren, if you don't mind. Councilwoman Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Got a question. Did we not state how much money we were going to invest in this? Listening to the amount that you seems a little high for all we're asking is, do you look at, this is what my understanding of our resolution was, for us to have someone to advise us based on the information that MLGW shares with us, whether it's legitimate, if it's not legitimate, or what other options we should take. How much money do we have, and how much are we willing to spend, and who is going to pay for it?
The council's budget at this point is $50,000.
Okay, and today you were in the range of $400,000.
I was not.
Okay, but the ones that you just shared with us.
I would never even bring a $400,000 bid.
So what were the amounts that you just brought before us?
The 2 that responded to the chair lady's request for proposal was $400 and $150.
And we only have 50,000.
Correct.
Okay, and then you haven't told us how much the ones that you like to recommend.
I believe I could do it within the 50.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Warren, you may be recognized.
Madam Chair, I think this is an issue that actually does require an attorney-client privilege meeting so we can ask questions and discuss specifics. And I'm wondering, can we do that at our next meeting with the idea that after that meeting we can vote and obtain someone to do this function for us. Now, I was wanting to know what the chair thought and also what my colleagues thought, but I feel like we need to have that type of discussion. Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson?
I understand that, thank you, Chair. I understand that we are not under any time restraints, but at the same time, I think we need to go ahead and make this selection so that we will be ready as close to September 1st as possible, since that's when they're planning on releasing the information.
Let me speak to that. All these firms are qualified. They all know each other. They know, now some of them are more qualified than others in one particular aspect of the RFP process with MLG&W, which is transmission. Transmission is the biggest piece. A lot of them are not experienced in that area, and for that reason, out of the 21, I did not select them. I'm not sure that 2 of these that we have today have had extensive experience in transmission, but that's neither here nor there. I think we need to move on. We need to get this done one way or the other. If you want me to go forward, I'll be glad to do it. If you don't want me to go forward, then I think you let Councilwoman Johnson go forward with hers. I think we're at that point where we just need to go on and make a decision.
Okay. I agree with you, Attorney Wade. And one of the dilemmas that we are having to face, Mayor Strickland already has his expert, and they're ready to move forward. And seemingly, we are the delay in getting ours to go ahead and proceed with the evaluation.
Well, I talked to the mayor's lawyer today. They've been attempting to get information from MLG&W, and they won't get it until September 1 either. So I don't think we're delaying anything. I don't think they can do anything. I don't think anybody can do anything until MLG&W gets off the pot, if you pardon the pun.
Who wants to speak? Councilman Carlisle, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, the mayor's had his consultant for a couple years, but as he stated, he doesn't have a dog in the fight here. So I don't really know what his role is with his expert other than wanting to understand it. I'm very confused, though. We authorized, I'm going to be careful because I want to be respectful of everybody. Everybody's a duly elected leader up here. But we, as a body, authorized our attorney to go and get or go and seek interest from parties that have expertise so that we were doing this in a clean of a manner as possible so that he could come back and recommend as independently as possible. I'm curious to know why we had members submitting RFPs outside of a process that this body had approved.
These recommendations were recommended by the mayor's expert.
Why didn't you bring it to this body to then say that we are going to go outside of a resolution that was passed by this council and send our own RFPs?
That was the resolution was to assess recommendations from Attorney Wade, and it didn't give specifics.
It very much did. That's why we have resolutions that give.
He did reach out to the mayor, who was also engaged in this, and he had recommendations that he wanted to share from his expert as well. And so those were received, but no decisions have been made.
Right. I just want to say this one more time, so because we're starting to get crossed, we're talking past each other. This body asked the city council asked the city council's attorney, who we talked about this earlier, who's required to fervently advocate for the city council and look out for the city council's best interests, to independently vet and review and bring recommendations to the body for a consultant so that no one could impugn who was selected. And then we had members of the body go outside of that process and try and seek proposals. And I'm actually even curious to know what was asked of those consultants or those companies to propose. Like the entire purpose of having Alan go and do this is so that the council stayed out of it and we let our attorney do his job. And then we circumvented that process somewhere in the middle. So I have an issue with that, but today's not the day to deal with it. What I do know, though, and this is my recommendation to the body, is to stay the course on the process that we began so that a very large multi-billion-dollar 30-year commitment, 30-plus year commitment on a decision that we have to make is not impugned and the process's integrity is intact. Because when we have members of the body that are going out and asking for proposals from companies to do work, to sign a contract that no one on this body is aware of what is being asked, that doesn't look good. So this is the first time I'm seeing this. That's a problem. The entire point of starting this process and having Alan do it was to keep the integrity of the process intact. So if there are members of this body that do have a proposal that say we continue that process, I am very much supportive of that. I also just want to remind everybody about what we're deciding on, just to go ahead and prepare everyone for one very simple thing. If MLGW comes and recommends through their Board of Commissioners to stay with TVA, and Attorney Wade, make sure I get this right, if they were to come and say we are going to stay in the current 5-year rolling agreement, there is no action for this body to take.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Morgan, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments would echo Councilman Carlisle's that, if we go back and remember, one of the reasons that we wanted Attorney Wade to be involved in this process is because he's as capable, neutral, and unbiased of a person as can be found to help navigate us through a process that has not been unbiased, that has been, I think, suffering from a lot of input from outside influences and lobbying. And so we wanted to make sure that we didn't have a fox in the hen house, so to speak. When we went out and got an independent consultant to advise us on this multi-billion-dollar decision, that we could make sure we were getting expert advice that was going to be impartial and not affiliated with any group or another, in that Alan Wade was the perfect person to run that search process in order to determine who's the expert across the country that should be advising us. So when we start, that was a good plan, and I don't know why the plan changed or deviated.
Legal obligations.
Yeah. And I think as everybody's watching this, our credibility as an institution is diminished if we draw any question of, I guess, impropriety to this process. So I would, again, adamantly support what we had already approved and staying with Councilor Wade and his recommendations and what he's begun, and to see what comes of that, rather than council members going out and starting an entirely different RFP process, again, without even discussing with colleagues. Again, this is the first time that I heard of it, was today as well. And that's troubling. That's actually pretty concerning. It certainly doesn't look good. I don't know what the motivation for it was. I don't know what the result was hoped or intended to be. But I would be interested in seeing the resolution crafted by Mr. Wade and then following through with that at our next meeting. And like he said, making a selection on this, moving on, and being ready for whatever MLGW chooses to recommend in early September. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you. This is my first time seeing this, I guess, RFP, if you would, but I'm of the, if we were just going to go with what the mayor's recommendation was or use his consultant, why did we even go through the process that we went through? I guess it seemed to be duplicative efforts. If we do that, we could have settled on that some time ago versus the work that Mr. Wade provided for us. So, Mr. Wade, my question for you is, how does this differ from what was initiated by you?
If you recall, recall, I gave you a written document which outlined the scope of work.
Okay.
The scope of work consisted of 2 phases. One phase was for them to familiarize themselves with the RFP, to be in a posture to move with dispatch should we want them to do that. And so most of the firms, even the firms that's responded to that document, indicated that made sense to them. They talked to me and they said that made sense to them rather than to give some all-in scope of work and then charge you a flat fee for doing that. So that's the distinction. And then the second phase is to be able, with that knowledge, to be able to surgically respond to your inquiries about, well, what about this? What about that? To do that all in advance doesn't make sense to me. I'd never do that as a lawyer. I've never done that with any expert that I've hired for the city in litigation. And so to me, I can't ask them to do anything now because I don't even know what they'd be doing. And that's what their comments to me were. We don't even know what we'd be doing. So how can we give you a price? And so they had to err on the side of giving you the moon, basically, to cover themselves.
Okay, now, I may have been distracted on my phone for something, but did I hear a $400,000 figure?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that, and this was just my vote in support of this, we had a finite number of about $50,000 that we were going to spend on this. So it paints it in a totally different light for us to say, well, now that number could possibly be 400,000. So
that scope of work is almost identical to what GDS is doing for MLG&W. You don't need that. You don't need a GDS to recreate the wheel for you. You need somebody to react to what GDS and the recommendation is made to you. So if you ask them to do that, they're going to give you 400,000, and rightfully so, because it's too broad.
okay, so if we're just looking at it purely from just that financial aspect, what this council approved, 50,000 versus 400,000, my question would be to us is how would we propose to pay for what would be a 300, what could possibly, not saying that it is, but what I'm even curious, even if it's $100,000, we've allocated 50,000. So from that, if it comes in at 150 or whatever the case, anything above that 50, I would, like I said, I was supportive of it at a $50,000 expense for us to review whatever's taking place, but not supportive of it if it's going to entail an expense that we'd have to pay for that's in excess of that 50,000. But are you saying, Mr. Wade, that you feel that the ones that the evaluations or the proposals or like the proposals that you've received can accomplish what we were looking to accomplish within that $50,000 threshold?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Thank you very kindly, Attorney Wade, for your presentation. Colleagues, I'd like to take a brief moment to congratulate and introduce a new staff joining the City Council office. I'm proud to announce, and please stand, Ms. Ivy Johnson has joined our staff as an executive assistant. Ivy is a Jackson State University graduate and is a professional, enthusiastic, bright young woman. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ivy Johnson in her new role as an executive assistant in the City Council office. Congratulations and best of luck. That brings us to our add-ons. We have 5 add-ons items this afternoon. Resolution to amend the City Council grant program for fiscal year 23. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. Request same night minutes held from July 26, 2022. Item number 31, a resolution to amend the City Council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Ford. Request for same night minutes. Resolution to amend the City Council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Canale. Request for same-night minutes. Resolution to appropriate $3 million in American Rescue Plan, ARPA, funding to Hospitality Hub of Memphis as project manager and fiscal agent to construct a hospitality hub, District 1, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. Request for same-night minutes. Item number 34, resolution transferring allocations totaling $1 million from GS 23-100 fiscal year 23 major mod cover line to CIP project CD 01101 Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop, District 1, Super District 8, requested by administration. Request for same night minutes. Our same night minute items will be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. We have no holds this afternoon. I'll repeat, our add-on items will be items 30 through 34. Our same night minute items will be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Councilman Smiley, you may be recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I would seek to add this resolution. I think members of this body should have received it. Okay, yes, that thing in your hand. I'm going to briefly read it into the record. Resolution to allocate funds to the Ben F. Jones chapter for hosting the National Bar Association Convention in Memphis and applaud the positive economic impact for the city of Memphis. Recently, the National Bar Association, the Ben F. Jones chapter, hosted a 7-day, convention here in the city of Memphis, bringing lawyers from across the country and soon-to-be lawyers from across the country here. And it was just a positive thing for the city of Memphis. And what this resolution seeks to do is, in addition to applaud them, also add some type of economic impact to what they're doing and their mission, and also to help aspiring lawyers and other lawyers in which the organization seems to help. So seeking to add $2,500 to their, providing them $2,500 from our budget. Second. And with that, I so move.
All right, without objections, we will add this to our agenda items this afternoon.
And same 9 minutes as well.
Same 9 minutes requested. Without objection?
No objections.
May be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, soon I'm going to bring an amendment forward to our council rules, but for tonight, if we can do it without objection, I would move that all amendments to the council grant program be added to tonight's fiscal consent agenda so that we don't have to vote on them individually, since they were voted on individually in committee. I think it'll save us some time, and I don't think anybody's going to be objecting to the amendments to the grant program. If that's okay, Val and her team.
There may be one exception.
All right. Tell you what, we're going to wait till next meeting then. I don't mean it that way. It's being to amend the rules. We'll amend the rules next time. I was just trying to move along, but I got it. I'll withdraw the motion.
Thank you very kindly. I'm most appreciative. Seeing no further business before this committee, we adjourn. See you in a couple of minutes.
Stop me from moving things along.